my part also.
No, I had asked her to send me a Zoom link because when you send a Zoom link, it has a time and
So
that
didn't
goes
you get
into the
that Zoom link,
calendar
sir?
automatically.
Didn't you get the Zoom link?
No, if you had sent a Zoom invite for this particular time, it goes directly into the calendar and then there is no confusion.
All right. All right. So we will keep that in mind next time. Yes.
So tell me a little bit about who all are attending the course.
Yes. So this is a refresher course that UGC recommends that educational institution should conduct. So we invite assistant professors from all over India to participate in this refresher course organized by us. So
What disciplines?
So this is particularly related to social science disciplines. So we have historians, political scientists, and we have a couple of philosophers, teachers teaching philosophy at the university level. Then we also have from business school, we also have sociologists, and we also have HR expert. Now, the thing is, with the national education policy, they are strongly emphasizing skill development in social science. Now, it has become a very thing of concern that what do they exactly mean by skill development? Like writing skill, faculties usually already come with that. So they are not exactly asking for writing skills or speaking proficiency. What they insist is, even if you're a social science faculty, you should have knowledge in data science, you should have knowledge in remote sensing, you should have knowledge in AI. So we have invited experts who work in these fields also. So we have many participants from business school, many participants who teach HR. There are participants, faculties from law school. So what we have tried to do, we invited 38 speakers. So from India, Europe, US, South Africa. So they gave us lectures on this various topics, because with NEP, each of these disciplines have become very porous, very multidisciplinary in nature. So our history students every semester is taking only one history course. Rest are all from different other disciplines. So that is the focus of NEP. So we thought the best thing would be to have a more holistic social science exposure for all faculties. So that is what we are doing, sir. And we have also final year PhD students participating. What I really felt good about this refresher courses, though we are sitting in Delhi NCR region, the participants have come from all over India, and not only that, from remote rural universities also, like far away from, almost 200 kilometers away from Kolkata. So faculties from there are also participating, where they are running department depending on only one faculty, even such cases. So the experience had so far been very good. The response had been very good. So it's already 9:34. So I will not delay any further. I will formally introduce you, sir, and they will start coming in. The first session, the first 5-10 minutes is a little slow. But did I answer your question, sir?
Yes. I'm just trying to figure out how do I pitch it, and this was very helpful. I should pitch it at a very broad level and not make it to use a lot of jargon of political science and public policy.
Okay. So, dear participants, a very good morning and a warm welcome to our first session of the day. We already have Professor Dr. Satyajit Singh with us, and I am urging you to please join the session as soon as possible so that we can start. I wouldn't like you to miss the initial few minutes of Sir's lecture, because most probably he will clarify concepts, he will introduce his topic. So it is very crucial that you come in, join in time. I will just drop a message in the official WhatsApp group that Sir is already here. Yes. All right. So let us start. Professor Dr. Satyajit Singh is a distinguished professor in the Department of Political Science and Global Studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara, USA. With a remarkable career spanning both political science and global studies, Dr. Singh brings a wealth of expertise and knowledge to his teaching and research. As a professor, he plays a vital role in shaping the minds of students and cultivating a deeper understanding of political dynamics and global issues. Dr. Singh's research interests encompass a wide range of topics, and his scholarly contributions have significantly advanced the field of political science. His rigorous analysis and critical insights have shed light on complex political phenomena and provided valuable perspectives on global changes. In addition to his teaching and research, Professor Singh actively engages in academic discourse through conferences, seminars, and publications. His scholarly work has been widely recognized and has earned him accolades within the academic community. As an educator, Dr. Singh is known for his engaging teaching style, encouraging students to think critically, analyze political structures, and develop a nuanced understanding of global issues. He fosters an inclusive and intellectually stimulating learning environment where students are encouraged to explore diverse perspectives and engage in lively discussions. Professor Singh's dedication to political science and global studies, coupled with his commitment to academic excellence, has made him a respected figure at the University of California, Santa Barbara. His profound insights, research contributions, and passion for teaching inspire students and fellow scholars alike, fostering a deeper understanding of political systems and global dynamics in an increasingly interconnected world. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. Now, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for a very generous introduction, Malika. I mean, I don't know whether I am worthy of this introduction. I'm a small-time field worker working on environmental issues. That's who I am, and that's what I'll talk about.
Sir, let me say a few words about the introduction. These introductions are not written by faculties. Our PhD student, particularly our MS student, Gursimiran, she has researched up every experts who spoke in our workshop, and she's the one who wrote it, sir. So,
okay. Thank you so much, Simran. I hope you didn't use ChatGPT to write the introduction.
No, I hope not. So she's a very good student, sir.
So today I thought, because this is a methodology class, kind of a workshop, I wanted to open up certain issues in terms of how we can do much more engaged in participatory research to bring about actual change in people's lives. So academics usually are good at analyzing conflict, power relationships, social change. They are very bad at giving policy recommendations. So it is very easy to criticize, to critique, to structure a narrative which is a contestable kind of a narrative. And what I try to do is do all of that, but I also try to do what is called a bring in a policy perspective. So not just about what is the situation, but what can you do to bring about a process of change. So much of my life, I've tried to do these kinds of issues, whether I was working on dams, or in terms of forestry, or in terms of drinking water and other kinds of issues. I've tried to be both critical and also in terms of trying to come up with some kind of a perspective on policy change and what could be the drivers of policy change. So that's the positionality which I come from. But I'm going to take that a little further today in terms of looking at how you could make the so-called subjects that you're studying speak for themselves rather than you articulate their voices. So I'm doing this in the context of a study which I did with some UCSB students during the pandemic when everything was kind of locked down. And this was on water and climate change. So let's kind of move on. I can't move okay. So this is more or less the kind of the structure of my presentation, largely terms of understanding the human experience with regard to water and climate change. The point which we are trying to put forward here is climate change is not something which is going to happen in the future. It's already here, it's happening. And we wanted to go down to different places in India and to see how climate change is affecting people's relationship to water. The methodology which we use is very much participatory, and I'll talk a little bit more about it. And we have a few case study presentations, and we have a few conclusions in terms of what needs to be done. So while you're analyzing, as I said, we also need to be to keep an eye on what is it that we can do. So, as I mentioned, people talk about 1.5 degrees Celsius to about 2.5 degrees Celsius. Some talk about up to 3 degrees Celsius. This is what they talk about at global climate change. But really, what we are already witnessing is that temperatures can vary from as much as 6 degrees to 8 degrees Celsius in a particular place. So the 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is often being quoted, is a global average. And a global average across the 12 months, right? So which basically means that during certain periods of time, your temperature can vary as much as 6 to 7 degrees Celsius. And that is huge. And that is happening. And we wanted to study what does that do to your relationship with water, to livelihoods. And we also wanted to understand whether we could deal with these issues by looking at strengthening local governance structures. So it's not just about, all right, what is the situation, but what are the levers for bringing about a process of change so that people can adapt themselves to climate change. Like in any other process, it's going to be the poor and the most vulnerable who are going to be most affected by climate change. And we are actually seeing already that men tend to migrate and women are left as heads of household to run agriculture or to manage the elderly within the family. And as a result, these are the most vulnerable groups. There are caste issues. There are issues where people, there are tribal groups, so there are gender issues, and these would be what you would call the most vulnerable to climate change. And our focus was to try to understand these people. So you would ask me then, all right, here are UCSB students in the global north. How are they connecting with these people? And I'll come to that a little bit. So why did we think about this study? Because most of the work on climate is around carbon and about how do you mitigate carbon emissions. Your electric cars, you're moving away from thermal to solar or renewable energies. And you have very little studies in water, and water affects everybody's life. Most of the studies in water is what you would call climatic models, which is they are projecting that there will be an increase in rainfall in certain parts, desertification in certain parts. But these are projections based on atmospheric models. They have very little relationship to how people's lives are being affected. And as a result, we wanted to get to that. There are some studies on adaptations which are there, but these are only studying what you would call certain projects which are targeted. And many of these projects, as you all know, cater to what you would call the affluent and not really the poor. And as a result, we wanted to get outside the project evaluation work to see how the most vulnerable communities are being affected. Because of these difficulties, we also do not have what you would call data sets on climate change. And as a result, when you don't have data, then you would also not have what you would call interpretive studies on the basis of that data. And as a result, there is a problem. There is a problem also because water, unlike other things, affects people in different ways. Water for irrigation, water for drinking, etc., etc. So there are different aspects of life and livelihood which relates to water. So about 80% of the water goes to agriculture. We all know that. We also know that 2/3 of the Earth's surface has water, but we also know that what is called sweet water is only about 3% of the total water supply which we have. And out of the 3% of the total water supply which we have, about 2% is tied up in what are called the glaciers. And as a result, we're left with 1% of the water, the sweet water, and that's what sustains all life. And with your population increasing and that 1% of the water remaining stagnant or even decreasing because of climate change, you have increased vulnerabilities. About 80% of the water is used for agriculture. So yes, agriculture is most affected, but drinking water is a huge issue. About 2/3, about 2/3 of India's poor do not have access to clean drinking water 12 months a year. Drinking water and sanitation is related, and a lack of sanitation affects drinking water quality because pathogens move away from the human feces into the drinking water sources. And just to give you a figure, the number of children who die out of diarrheal deaths every day in this world are about 2,000. That's about 7 jumbo jets filled with children crashing every day. And that is the link between water and sanitation. And with increasing more water be going to agriculture and rich farms, you have poor vulnerable communities which also do not get drinking water. So the approach here is to generate local data, local voices, that had unheard in this crisis. And there is an ongoing adaptation taking place, and we wanted to get these voices to the policymakers and the development partners. And as a result, the study was kind of designed. So, as I said, water affects people in different ways, but water is also, your use of water also depends on different agroclimatic zones. So the way a community in Ladakh would look at water, or compared to a community in Kosi in Bihar, how they would relate to water would be completely different. The consumption of water, let's say in Kerala, is like everybody would have more or less a domestic well. So from the kitchen, you throw a bucket to the well. If you don't have that, that would be considered water scarcity. In Bundelkhand, you may have people walking about 15 kilometers during the summer to be able to get water supply. So as a result, we need to look at water in different agroclimatic zones, and there is no one perspective on water and climate. And as a result, we looked at different sites. We looked at different agroclimatic zones, and we linked up one UCSP student with one field level group. And these are the different kinds of field level groups which we partnered with. And as you see, these are reputable non-governmental organizations who are working on issues of water and climate change. And what we did in terms of, so the coverage was extensive. We covered a number of states. We covered more or less all climatic zones. We covered east, west, north, south in terms of the reach of the country. We didn't get it to the northeast largely because of when we were doing this during COVID, there were issues about connectivity in the northeast, and as a result, we tried, but we kind of failed, so we left it there. So there were issues in terms of challenges. Now you are going to say that, hey, you want to do participatory research, but how was it possible to do participatory research from the global north to the global south? Yes, it's an oxymoron, but it was COVID, and we had to adapt to the situation. And the idea was, let's tie up with a field level group, and that field level group is going to help facilitate this study. So in terms of methodology, we were inspired by one of my gurus, Robert Chambers. I would recommend all of you not to have one guru, but have a range of gurus. So Robert is definitely one of my gurus, and he wrote a book called Can We Know Better and Can We Do Better? And in which he basically criticizes some of the existing social science methods which we have. For example, the survey methods or the interview method. And he says that many of these surveys, they basically ratify existing knowledge structures. So if you know that women are adversely affected by water scarcity, you go and develop a methodology where you study women and water, and you more or less kind of establish an existing knowledge framework. So you don't really do, what he says is, you're not in the business of knowledge production, you're actually in the business of knowledge reproduction. And that's the critique he has of the survey methods. Because those of you who have conducted survey methods, of course, a lot of survey methods are very useful. And you do need to ratify existing knowledge frameworks in different contexts. But the moment you know what you want to study, you have more or less closed your mind to opportunities which exist in the field, which you do not know, or which the existing knowledge framework does not know. So this is what Robert calls the aha moments. I did not know this could happen. And as a result, there is a methodology which kind of has been worked off. It is called participatory research. But there are other words also, there are other terms. For example, there is this rapid learning, there is um, immersive research and other kinds of stuff. And basically all that they say is, you see, the researcher, when a survey is being done, the researcher never goes to the field. It is the enumerator of the survey which goes to the field. And the enumerator sees the field in a larger lens. But the enumerator feeds in data only as per the questionnaire which has been developed. So while the person in the field has a better understanding of what they can put, that understanding does not go back to the researcher. And as a result, immersive research is what should be encouraged. And immersive research basically means you go and don't ask people pointed questions. If you ask somebody, how is Satyajit Singh as a teacher, they'll say he's useless, because that's the kind of an answer you expect to get out of that person. So the whole idea of the way you frame questions also gives you leading answers. And as a result, instead of framing questions, you go and stay in a village, you observe. You have conversations. And in those conversations, you get to understand different complexities which are there. Complexities of caste, of religion, of gender, of tribe, and agricultural patterns in terms of the choice of crop when you have a weak Hathia rain. Hathia rains are pre-monsoon rains, or how a community gets together and say, all right, depending on the rainfall, we need to go for a diverse basket of crops rather than one particular crop, which is water intensive. So these are the kinds of knowledge bases which exist in the field, which you want to have a better understanding of. And that's why we took forward this participatory research, reality check approach, you could call it, village immersion study, you could call it, whereby you are spending more time than even a week to understand a particular village, rather than a survey which can be finished in about 2 or 3 hours' time. So the focus here was also on the co-production of knowledge. So our questions were not, our subject areas was not designed by us. We asked the field partners to tell us what needs to be studied and how that knowledge can be used by these field groups and by the people themselves after we as researchers are exiting out from here. So we were not interested in a paper that we were writing. We were more interested in generation of knowledge and how that generation of knowledge can lead to policy change, collective action by the local communities, or however they would like to use that knowledge. So those were our very different frames through which we went as researchers. And clearly these are not frames which usually go. You're asked to come up with a hypothesis, you're asked to come up with a methodology, you're asked to say, how are you going to prove this, right? That's political science. And political science in the West is very data-driven. It's a science. You've got to prove it through the data and through the survey. So clearly, I'm going against the grain of that entire thinking. So apart from the positionality which we took of, we are not studying, but you tell us what to study. And we'll only tell you in terms of how you want to study, which means we are not going to ask the local group to be agents to collect data for us, but to be active participants in terms of framing the broad study and the utilization of the study. The second thing which we were very clearly interested in was the praxis, which is we better want to understand marginality, vulnerability, exploitation, precarity within villages, and who is being mostly affected by this. We wanted to help formulate collective action, social and institutional transformations, and institutions as important agents to broker unequal power relationships is something which people like Douglas North, Eleanor Ostrom, and other people within political science have talked about. So that's an important area we wanted to look at. And the third was in terms of a policy engagement to design adaptive climate policies that could mitigate vulnerability and risks to the local community. So that's the core in terms of how we approached it. A little bit in terms of when you go to the field and you try to study in the field, what usually happens is, and this is the way the discipline of anthropology has developed, or also the way political ethnography, the discipline of political ethnography is developing. And I am one of the persons who works on political ethnography, is that we need to look at the field in different ways. There is not one field, there are numerous fields. And as I said, we define fields in terms of different agroclimatic zones, in terms of different uses of water. You can also define fields in different ways in which you look at power relationships. You can also define fields, again, which we also try to do here, is in terms of culture, in terms of people's values towards water, to the kinds of crops they want to grow, the kind of relationship with crop pattern having to the culture and festivals, and their worldview. All of that was very important for us to be able to understand. So in some ways, we are deconstructing the field. We were also very keen that we don't go to one field. Usually, these big anthropologists, Jared Berman, who worked on the Himalayas, for example, or Emin Srinivas, who talks about the remembered village. They went to one village, and their entire theoretical framework was built on that basis of one village. We were very keen that you not only look at your field, but there is a learning across peers who are doing similar studies. So you're actually looking across to the adjacent field, where one of your classmates is working with another group on different aspects, and then you exchange notes. So when you come back from the field, so to say, you're coming back with a learning of not one field and one village, but let's say about a dozen villages, which is what we study across this landscape of water. So it's not just a field, it's also fields which we look at. The second thing, the other thing which we looked at is, while you're looking at what you call these small societies, a village in an agroclimatic zone dealing with, let's say, water contamination and fluorosis, how that is then connected across the globe. So when you need agencies to be dealing with fluorosis, how does UNICEF come into the picture? How do those global networks come in? How does the global scientific understanding comes in? So there was some kind of a relationship in which we tried to understand the local within the context of a global, not only in terms of the positive inputs, but also in terms of the exploitative relationships, which had made them what they were in terms of extraction of groundwater, which led to an increase in fluoride, and extraction of groundwater for commercial agriculture. So those are the kinds of linkages which we try to, both positive and negative, which we try to bring forward. Now, when you go to the field, the anthropologist usually comes back to the home. And people like Malewensky and others talk about how you need to write a diary. And when you need to come back from the field to the home, you got to be reflecting on it. and you come up with a very polished theorization after you reflect on your understanding in the field. So in this method, what we really ended up doing is that you were at home in the field because you were in the field for a large period of time. And you were at home because you connected with the people at a personal level. You stayed with these families, and some of the other village immersion, which I have done with students even from Delhi University, where we were studying sanitation, people went and stayed at home in the homes of these people of different communities. So you made relationships, you made connections, so you were really at home. And the idea here was to then reconstruct the field and decolonize theory, whereby we made sure that the person speaking is not the academic, but the person who is speaking is really what you usually call the subjects. And these subjects were articulating their own voices, right? So the researcher then becomes a way, a tool to not provide his or her perspective, but really becoming a tool to be able to let the subjects speak for themselves. So that was something which we tried to put it down. So what you would say when people were narrating and people were writing their own, and yes, they were also reflecting. So what you call participant observation reflection is something which the people were doing continuously. And the researcher was really some kind of a interlocutor in this conversation which was taking place. So the agency of the researcher is really being undermined in this study. And I think what we were trying to do is provide greater agency to the communities themselves, because we feel they know best in terms of what their problems are, what their local resources are, and what kinds of adaptations they need to do, because clearly a centralized model of development has failed, and what you really want is a bottom-up approach. And this intervention was to kind of facilitate all of that. Are you all with me? Do you want to ask any questions here? Gives me time to have a glass of water.
Sir, we can take the question towards the end.
Sure,
We can take
we'll do that later.
Yes,
Yeah, if there is any
confusion, have our question answer session. Yes, sir.
So if you have
And they can start writing in the chat box then.
you could do it in the chat. Yeah. Okay. So how much time do I have?
Sir, you have till 11 o'clock, sir.
Okay, so I have enough time. Okay, so why participation? Again, the worst affected by climate change are the poor, and how do those poor perceive climate change? We need those voices. Most of policy is top-down, and most of the policy which is top-down does not take into account local resources, knowledge, and as a result, the context specificity of that particular natural resource base, which we need to understand. It helps us understand power relationships much better than what we read in textbooks. Local knowledge is also informed, or should be informed, and that's something which we can facilitate in terms of wider national global processes and change. Also, because when you talk about scarcity and water scarcity as a kind of mention, most of the vulnerabilities which are associated with the scarcity gets transferred to the poor. And as a result, the poor communities need to build what you would call community resilience, because as individuals, they will not be able to fight these vulnerabilities. They have to get together for collective action. And that's how community resilience kind of builds up. So policy responses also need to be looking at multiple levels, local, federal, central government. And as a result, we need to be able to build synergies because ultimately the nucleus of change is at the local level. So participation is not just a mantra. Participation is also something which we need for these theoretical reasons to be able to bring about change. What were we looking at? So I'm spending a lot of time on methodology simply because I think this was the core which we were trying, and this is what the core is for this workshop. We were looking for existing climate variability. We were looking at drivers of vulnerability. We were looking at local lessons, and we're looking at synergies between reduction of climate vulnerabilities, local developmental needs, and cultural aspirations. So when we talk about cultural aspirations, it's also about values of development, development for whom, and what do you really want out of development. I mean, something which I do need to mention here is how some of these indigenous communities look at natural resources, and how egalitarianism is inbuilt within those communities. I mean, I'll narrate an incident of a Munda community in Jharkhand, and I was witness to this. Two young boys went out to the forest, and all that they caught was 2 rabbits. And here was a village which had about 40 households. And once they came back from the hunt, we were sitting in a group chatting with various people. These 2 young boys started to skin the rabbit and started to divide the rabbits. And I asked them what they were doing and what they would do with this rabbit. These, I think there were 2 rabbits, yeah. What they would do with these rabbits? They said, we are going to divide it and share it with the entire community. And I said, hey, hang on, there's not enough meat there. They said, no, but it is our custom that we have to share everything we get from the forest with the entire village. If we had got a boar, we would have shared the boar. But right now, we only got a rabbit or a couple of rabbits. We have to divide it. I said, hey, what are they going to do with these rabbits? It doesn't matter. They'll make it a pickle or do something with it. But it is our custom to divide it equally. So just wanted to give you an idea about how some of these indigenous communities look at natural resources and divide it up. It does sound absurd that 2 small rabbits are being divided up amongst 40 people, but that's what they do. So, and as a result, the ideas of development would be linked with their cultural values and their relationship with nature. And in the US, for example, Native Indian communities consider water or a river as a non-human relative. And to protect water is considered to be their duty. So a forest would again be a non-human relative, land would be a non-human relative, and as a result, the relationship which they have to these non-human relatives is akin to the relationship they have with their human relatives. So, so these cultural aspirations become very important in our understanding of water and change and scarcity. So some of the PRA tools which we used was focus group discussion, community mapping, policy development, transit walk, and I don't want to take too much time about it, but basically this is a very sophisticated method. So if you have a community mapping and you ask someone how much rice they grow, and suppose they say, I get 4 tons of rice, the community members are listening and they know how much land this person has, and they know how much land they have and how much paddy they get out of it. So as a result, if this person exaggerates or undersells or underreports, then the community members would be able to verify that immediately. So it's actually a very sophisticated method of data collection. And I don't think it is, these are what should you call it? A political scientist would call it anecdotal reporting from the field. These are not anecdotal. These are very scientific. So you could do that. A transect walk again will help you understand the village and the resources. And here is a village mapping, for example, which is done, which will lay down where the village is, where the different communities live, etc. So the idea was to look at how life is changing, how livelihoods are changing, and how institutions are changing, and how institutions need to be strengthened to bring about greater synergies between climate and what you would call development. Now, when we started talking to all these various partners, and we said, all right, what water and what use of water, we realized that it is not just about water quality, it's not just about irrigation and agriculture, it's about disaster reduction, because climate change is resulting in cyclones. It's about a number of other issues. Social inequalities gets exaggerated because of water scarcity. You have different kinds of vulnerabilities, and as a result, we came up with a huge matrix, and we realized that water connects with different aspects, and you can't really be looking at water like a government department looks, which is in silos. Irrigation department is different. The drinking water department is different. The sanitation department could be different. And the rural development department could be different. And as a result, you have problems in terms of you are not looking at a resource, and you're not looking at people, and you're not looking at the linkages that people have with different aspects of water in a holistic manner. And to be able to do that, you really need to get away from these silos to more integrated ways. And I think climate is actually challenging a governance structure, because the existing governance structures does not help us adapt and mitigate very well to climate. And these are the voices, again, coming out from the field in terms of telling us that, hey, these are the interconnections, and you need to be looking at those interconnections. So if you don't have forest conservation, you won't be able to conserve your springs. So you need watershed management to then be able to have a sustainable agriculture. You need to make sure that your agriculture does not consume too much water, because that's when you will get good drinking water quality for your children, right? So even if you bring in irrigation, if you start growing sugarcane, I mean, just to give you an example, sorghum and millets use, wheat requires 3 times more water than sorghum and millets. You got a question? Okay. Wheat would require 3 times more water than sorghum and millets. Rice would require 3 times more water than wheat. Sugarcane requires 16 times more water than rice. And as a result, when you start growing more sugarcane, you got a problem. I mean, just to give you an example, Maharashtra. So India had about 1994 large dams in 1979. And out of these 1994 dams, 634 were in the state of Maharashtra. So you would think that Maharashtra would have a lot of water, but 40% of Maharashtra was drought prone. So where was this water going? Maharashtra was producing 40% of the total sugarcane in this country. The total 40% of the total sugar production was taking place in Maharashtra. And as a result, you have these kinds of problems which really happen. And what does sugarcane do? It's a 15-month crop, which basically means a 3-month crop is more labor intensive. A 15-month crop is not labor intensive. So it displaces people from the field, it displaces people from the livelihoods. And basically, when you have an unequal land distribution and hydraulic rights are linked to property rights in land, then you have a huge problem in terms of how do you deal with water. So what is our field level study and what did we come up with? And here I'm going to be, I could be a little fast here because the methodology issue has been dealt with and these are case studies. But let me give you an idea of what are the different kinds of climate vulnerabilities which the poor communities are already facing today. So let's look at actually a very affluent community in Gujarat, which is growing cotton. Cotton, as you know, is the cash crop. And this is in Saila in Sundarnagar district. And what is happening is that from the last 2 years, rainfall is good, but the timing is not right. So it is hurting more than helping. So what climate change is doing is increasing precipitation. But what it is also doing is that it is increasing precipitation in a very short period of time. And as a result, that is not sustainable for your agriculture pattern. In many other places in Madhya Pradesh, we will also see that what was a 3-month monsoon period is now being reduced to a 2-month monsoon period. And as a result, it does not fit very well with agriculture. So what I have here in that blue line, blue kind of illustration, which I have effects of climate change and how your environmental vulnerability is kind of exacerbated, is kind of multiplied because of those vulnerabilities, which is kind of taking place. So you have and most of these are being affected by the poorer communities, because when you have crop failures, you've got huge kinds of problems. And I have a little clip, which I don't have the time to show you, but basically the women over here have a song which they sing about how they used to use certain seeds, mustard seeds and other kinds of things for their festivals and cultural activities. And now they have to buy it in the market and not get it out of the fields. So there is this song which they have now, they now sing, condemning cotton cultivation when they are actually growing or planting cotton. So the women don't like it, but the men want to have cotton because it's a cash crop. And women as custodians of culture have got a problem with it, and they don't like it, but they're still doing it because the men are asking them to do it. And so that's an interesting relationship, which we were able to establish and record. So from Gujarat, let's go to Orissa. And I'm showing you the map of Orissa, and all of you know it's next to the Bay of Bengal, and it's a cyclone prone area. And if you actually look at the weather maps over the last 10 years, I think there's been a 30% increase in cyclonic activities. So we also have a situation where, so apart from natural disasters which come in and finish off your crops, you also have excessive groundwater pumping for commercial crops, which is actually then, because your groundwater level goes down, then the seawater kind of comes into the groundwater aquifers underground, right? It's simple chemistry. It's simple to understand that if your groundwater level is going down, you basically will have saline ingress. And when you have saline ingress and you pump that water out into your agriculture, what do you have? Your soil gets saline, and you have that crop, the land is not good for agriculture anymore. So you also have a situation by which, because of the saline ingress, the local talabs now have both salt and sweet water. And as a result, one of the adaptation measures is that while there is migration and people are moving out and agriculture is declining, it is being replaced by aquaculture. But again, the aquaculture replacement which is taking place, the productivity is not at all linked, is no way comparison to the lost productivity of agriculture. So you clearly have a situation where land, which was so valuable, is something which is not sustainable, and as a result, you have different kinds of vulnerabilities and transitions which is taking place. And when you have migration, it's the women who are left behind, and women who are not safe without the men. And there are all kinds of other kinds of exploitation, exploitative relationships, which kinds of emerges. And when women also migrate, you have children who lose out on good education. And as a result, while we are talking about Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan and pumping in a lot of money on education, when climate change is creating all these kinds of climate refugees, I don't know how well our children are going to be educated in the future. Now let's look at Naupada. This is again in Odisha, close to the other district, Chandbali, which we just looked at. Here you have a high level of contamination because of fluoride, and that is because of a twin challenge of a decrease in rainfall and a decrease in the groundwater because you pump the groundwater out, and that leads to an increase in fluoride exposure, and that cripples your bones, as you can see this woman, and leads to disability. You are not able to work even as if your agriculture is gone because of fluoride. And now you also have scientific evidence which is coming in that fluorosis actually gets into the wheat and rice you're cultivating, which means you can get fluorosis eating the food which people from Naupada are giving you or selling you, and you don't know whether this food which you're buying has fluoride or not. So it could affect you and me, even when we are not staying in Naupada. So, and the people here have disability, there's malnutrition, there is an inability to work, and as a result, there is greater poverty. So there is a direct relationship between an increase in fluoride contamination with an increase in vulnerability, and this is how climate change is affecting people's lives. So here is a little cycle which we've tried to map, which is when you ration water, you decrease local food supply and health issues. There is a greater cost for buying food and medical supplies, and as a result, there is an increase in poverty. The greater time for women collecting less water, less time for women to look after domestic needs, childcare, and elderly care, and that leads to family backlash, increasing women's marginalization, and other kinds of issues which we are kind of dealing with. So how fluoride then affects every aspect of your life, and it is so big that in this particular village, you don't have any neighboring village wanting to give a daughter in marriage to people in this village. So because this is like that doomed village where you don't really want to have any relationship with. So now come to Dhar in Madhya Pradesh. And if you can look at the water supply in the Jhiris, you realize that how scarce the water is. And you'd also realize that this is the drinking water source because there is no water for agriculture. And what I mentioned earlier, the monsoon cycle is shorter. So there is more rain in a short period of time, which actually destroys crops. And as a result, what people are doing is moving away from their traditional cropping pattern to soybean. And even the fluctuations in rainfall is affecting soybean. And because you're investing so much more in the soybean cultivation, that is leading to a debt crisis. So whatever you hear about farmer suicide and other kinds of things is also taking place because people are diversifying, because your traditional crops are not being sustainable. And as a result, you're thinking in terms of moving into some of these cash crops. And as a result, you are getting into a debt trap, which is difficult to get out of. So there is a multidimensionality in climate and water. And I think what we are doing here for these different kind of agroclimatic zones is trying to give you a little picture of what kinds of vulnerabilities are there. The Sahariya tribes, forests are declining, the springs are declining, even less water consuming crops like wheat, gram. I mean, chana is something which they say is wonderful. You just chito chana and you don't have to do anything and you just have to harvest it. That's how hardy a crop it is. And I was surprised that people over here found it very difficult to even grow chana. And they are migrating out. What are they migrating to do? They're going to the neighboring areas and doing agricultural work, which hardly gives you what you would call the market rate for labor. They're going to different kinds of places where they're breaking stones, working on road construction. And there are times they have to migrate with the family. And as a result, there is a huge impact on the children's education and the children's health at this point of time. So when you are talking about increasing basic services in villages, increasing healthcare and increasing education in villages, and you're spending so much resources here, what you actually find is the most vulnerable communities are actually not able to benefit from these resources because they are migrating, because they just can't have a livelihood which is sustainable in some of these areas. So what is the way out? So that's the analysis. What is the way out? And is there a good story which we have at all to share with you? Indeed, there is one good story. And this is coming out of Chirag in Uttarakhand. And this is about springshed management. And what they're trying to do is, and they asked us to do this study through which they wanted to build local capacity for a spring recharge program. And we documented this. And then they went to Niti Aayog and said, hey, this is a plan which we want to use for the entire Himalayan region. So how do you get communities together to sustain a spring? And if you look at the columns which we have on the left, is a roadmap of a feasibility study, a survey, formation of village communities, building their capacity, right? Water recharge plans, treatment plans, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. So it is a comprehensive plan which the communities agree to and facilitated by a local organization called Chirag. And they are in this business of trying to make sure that springs in the Himalayas are on a path to sustainable recovery. Now, this is something which the government doesn't think in terms of. The government thinks in terms of big river projects like the Tehri project. The government thinks in terms of these mega projects rather than small things like springs, which the local communities understand are what we need to be able to sustain agriculture as well as their life in terms of access to clean drinking water. So, but having said that community organization is important, I think we should also try to say that community organization by itself has limitations. Here, because of the agency of a local group, which is connected with the government and is connected with the local government, with the government resources, they were able to do a lot. So the idea is to first acknowledge that the climate is impacting the poor and climate is affecting water, and then try to have village level plans which are inclusive, representative. I don't think they would be equal because there would be gives and takes within villages in terms of how water is allocated. But you also then try to find a way in which you create a mechanism for integrated solutions and you link social protection to water vulnerabilities. So you try to integrate various other programs around social protection to kind of converge around issues of water. And that is perhaps the way forward. So you got to build capacity. And here what is happening is NGOs which have access to capacity are working with local communities which do not have capacity. And through that process, they're able to come up with their own solutions. And then they are taking their own solutions to scale, which is telling the government of India to make a plan for the entire Himalayan region. And they would be able to share their experience across communities, across various communities in the Himalayan region, and be criticized, be complimented, and talk about a process of change. So these are what you would call small-scale interventions, much more sustainable interventions, rather than destructive projects like the TERI, which actually wants to supply water to Delhi rather than supply water to the local communities. The last kind of conclusion which I really have is in terms of the panchayats and how do you strengthen local government. And here again, some of the points which I touched upon earlier, I kind of want to bring them back together. So what we have is at the union level, at the federal level, we have these various departments of irrigation, of drinking water supply, of agriculture, of sanitation. And what we have is actually at the district level, we have some kind of a coordination. The Zilla Panchayat president or the collector's office, which was earlier responsible for all developmental work, that was an office which kind of coordinated the various departments at the district level. And now you have that relationship being transferred to the Zilla Parishad, and the CEO of the Zilla Parishad and the district panchayat president have that coordinating role in terms of the different departments. And I think that is the key to understand climate change and in terms of interventions of climate change at the district level. So some kind of a coordination. So I'm kind of arguing that you come down from the federal, the state level to really district level plans. And here you have an integrated department, again under the Zilla Parishad, where all the line departments are converging. And this is where some kind of a complementarity of policies can be made. Otherwise, you really, if you're going down the silos, and if you will keep having these programs named after the Prime Minister, which are centralized, driven plans, then you really will not be able to sustain many of these village level bottom-up initiatives. And at the second tier, under the district level, you really have the Gram Panchayat. And again, the various departments are working at the Panchayat level. And here again, some kind of an integration can take place. And the idea here is that the local governments, with their cultural aspirations, come up with a planned vision, which they send upwards. And from the state then comes resources, which could come in different range of activities to deal with, let's say, reduction of migration, or it could be in terms of disaster reduction, or it could be in terms of watershed management. And that is then kind of integrated at the local government level by the people to help reduction of vulnerabilities. The reason why I'm saying a local government is an important institution is because after the 73rd Amendment, you also have greater representation from women, for scheduled castes, for the scheduled tribes. And as a result, with this greater representation, there is a possibility of, along with the capacity development and the local oversight of an NGO, there is greater chances of a greater integration and challenging of power relationships. I'm not saying it's an easy task, but it is a task which many states like Kerala, Karnataka, and others have been able to do very successfully. And I think this is a model which we have. So some kind of a convergence of what you would call hydraulic institutions with the local institution, a way in which you don't have a supply-driven policy framing, but an upstreaming of demand and an interlinking of these demands with the wider development goals. Because clearly, you will not be able to solve problems of water and climate change by just dealing with, let's say, more irrigation. Because the different areas which we have talked about, the convergence of drinking water with health, for example, in the fluoride case, requires a way in which we look at a holistic village plan. And within the holistic village plan, we come up with our key drivers in terms of processes of change. So that's where I would stop, and I would love to have a conversation with you on this, in terms of also not just about this particular work, but also in terms of your methodological experimentations and what are the limitations which this methodological interpretation has. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very illuminating session. My goodness, we learned so much, not only about the problem itself of climate change, but more importantly, as far as I'm concerned, I learned so much about the methodology that you are employing. So because I myself work on agriculture, post-colonial agricultural development in India, and currently I'm working on seed conservation at the local level, particularly by women collectives that are coming up in eastern part of India who does seed preservation. And that is one way they try to fight climate change, like drought-resistant varieties, flood-resistant varieties. So your talk actually helped me to learn so much about methodologies that can be employed, particularly when you talk about, how we can take a walk with the villagers, and that conversation with the villagers can actually open up a whole star of information. Thank you very much. We have certain questions here. So we have a question from Sabiha.
Can you mute some of these people who are talking? Yeah. Can we come to the question now?
Sir, there is a question from Sabiha. Sabiha is a faculty here. So she's asking decentralization, more involvement of NGOs, and giving weightage to communities in policy making can go a long way in climate change. But don't you think reverse is being witnessed?
Yes. So let me try to be a little polemical and then let me be a little rational. Okay. The first thing is that if you look at the history of civilization, right, Indus Valley onwards, we're looking at 2000 years. And if you look at centralized rule, we're actually talking about what, 500,000 years? So in this large speck of history which we have had, we've had decentralized governments, right? And this idea of centralization is actually a very late one, okay? I would say not more than 500 or 600 years of centralized rule. And again, that can also be contested because how centralized was, let's say, the medieval period. So that's the polemical part. The other rational part which I have is we've had 75 years of centralized rule, right? So we have a constitution, and I think the 73rd Amendment is just 25 years old. And as a result, we had everything which was top down. What have we achieved? We have achieved to make sure that 2/3 of the population do not have access to safe drinking water. We had achieved levels of poverty, which is what, 7th largest economy, the 5th largest economy. What does the Shining India tell us? We have about 350 million people. With after COVID, we have about 500 million people who are below the poverty line. What is the poverty line? 35 rupees a day, right, in rural areas. So clearly, what have we achieved out of centralization? So that's my kind of a rational answer. And if we haven't achieved much out of centralization, and the question is, there are problems with decentralization. I agree with it, but why are we only looking at the problems of decentralization and not looking at the problems of centralization? I would like to submit to you that there are good decentralization designs and there are bad decentralization designs. So we have good centralization designs, we have bad centralization designs. So how do we distinguish from the good and the bad? Now, again, I think it also depends on social capital. It also depends on the local context. The Kerala model of development is great, but can you build a Kerala model of development in UP or in Bihar? Definitely not. So the path of decentralization in UP and Bihar is going to be fraught with difficulties. But if you are able to create what I would say a level playing field by which I mean a greater representation. Now, if you have representation, but people don't have food, then they're going to sell their votes for short-term gains. But if you are able to give them food, which means basically access to a sustainable livelihood, then you will have a higher quality of representation at the local government level. So I am not seeing, I mean, if I say we have had 600 years of centralized rules and we have had failures, I'm willing to wait 600 years to see how decentralization fails. Why should it succeed? When you have these engineers and technocrats coming up with water designs and not being able to provide local community sustainable water supply. And you have local governments which are now creating very sustainable water designs, which is able to give them access to cheap water and quality water. So there is all of this evidence which is emerging from the field. The question is, how do we strengthen these local governments? And I think so for me, it is an issue of capacity. For me, it is an issue of trying to ensure that vulnerabilities which are there, the social vulnerabilities which are there, are dealt with so that you have greater representation. Just because you have social vulnerabilities and you have, let's say, the rich farmer, the biggest landlord becoming a pradhan, does not mean you do away with decentralization. I would say you try to create mechanisms by which greater representation is able to access greater resources at the local government level. So I don't really have a neat answer, but I would deal with it at these multiple levels. One, centralization hasn't worked. Number two, give decentralization time. There are good decentralization, there are bad decentralization programs. How do we build capacity of decentralization institutions rather than analyze institutions as they are today and say it doesn't work, right? A lot of people will say parliamentary democracy does not work. A lot of people will say first past the post system does not work. A lot of people will say, why is it that in any government, why is it that women who are 50% of the population don't find representation? So rather than throwing the baby with the bathwater, I would like to see, look, my theoretical arguments against centralization is it is top down, policy is based on incomplete information. And I think more often than not, a centralized state is not informed about the local resources and the capacities which exist, which the local people in the local communities know much better. And as a result, you have what are called policy failures. Yes, they are decentralization failures, but I'm willing to live with them for another 50 years or another 500 years before I, again, why decentralization? Because it strengthens democratic participation. It strengthens your capture of institutions by vulnerable communities, and through the capture of institutions, they get access to state resources. So for me, the bigger picture is more important than the small-time failures. Have I answered your question?
Yes, very much. But the thing is that the NGOs are, in current time, are finding it a bit difficult to work independently. There is lots of checks and lots of restrictions on NGOs. That was also one of my concerns, because I know I have some friends who are in this NGO sectors, and their overall, this is feeling is that they are not giving that much of a free hand as they used to get. So that is one thing. Anyhow,
but that is also a reflection of an excessive centralization, right? And this centralization is not going to lead to better policy designs for the vulnerable communities, right?
Yeah. Yes. So if you permit me, I would like to share one incident of this policymaker, if time would permit. Madhumita ma'am, if you please allow me.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, Sabia, we have time.
Okay.
We have a little bit of time left.
Okay.
So,
Okay, but just 3 minutes, not more than that.
Yes.
Okay. One of my teachers, Professor Mansoor Ali, he was in the policy making of government. Now, while this Indra Awas Yojana was being, the policy was being made, they thought that in Indra Awas Yojana, there will be one community center. They have constructed one community center also. So after few years, when they went to survey that how far the Indra Awas Yojana has been, benefited the community, what they saw was that all the community centers, they were closed, or they were being used for some other purposes. So they asked people that why you all not using this community center. So they said कि sir हम लोगों को community center की जरूरत ही नहीं थी. Wherever we sit, we used to chat, and that is a community center for us. It would have been better if they would have constructed some public toilets or some other thing rather than this community center. We sit under a tree and we talk, and that's a community center for us. So that is what the non-involvement of the beneficiary. Sometimes people don't understand that what they want. That's what I had to share. Thank you.
No, that's absolutely right. And that is the problem. The government of India has been promoting the construction of toilets for a long time.
Yeah.
Sometime in the 1995 onwards, when I was doing a lot of fieldwork in the Kumaon region, the toilet coverage was about 8 or 9%. And when I wanted field researchers and to come with me to villages in Kumaon and Garhwal, the first thing they said, "हाँ sir, हम जाएंगे, काम करेंगे," and all of that. And I used to put a bottle of water in front of them, and I said, "ये लेके, can you go and do your morning job?" And that was it. All these middle-class researchers were not able to do it. And for me, that was a basic criteria of doing field level work in rural India. And you did not have toilets. And again, the government had spent money, and most of these toilets were used as goat sheds or potato godowns. I think a lot of that is also happening under the Swachh Bharat,
OCD.
right? It is simply because there is no water. And women are sending their husbands to the field while they use the toilets, simply because if the man goes to the field, you can deal with whatever your water requirements with, let's say, a liter of water. But to clean a toilet, you need half a bucket of water. And if you look at 5 members in a family, right? Then you're looking at 3 buckets of water, right? So clearly I mean, you need a sustainable water supply before you can have sustainable sanitation, which is not there. So all of these, what you call supply-driven programs, are deemed for failure if you don't ask the communities what they want. You're absolutely right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the answer. Great to have you.
Sir, I want to ask a question on methodology more. Like when you were talking about capacity building, or when we were talking about the impact of the climate change, did you try to make a segregated study not only on gender, but also on caste? Are the impact more on people who come from lower level of the caste hierarchy, like in terms of gender also, like when we're talking about women, are the women members of a gram pradhan's family better equipped to handle the situation than say the wife of a field laborer? Do we need to integrate this kind of parameters in our field work? Have
No,
you
you're
done?
right. You're right. And that's why what we did was try to look for study areas where we went to the marginal communities. So if you look at our selection of field sites, it was based on all those kinds of issues. At the COSI, for example, we looked at a scheduled caste community, which I haven't talked about right now, and their access. And again, so let's put it in all the 3 perspectives. First, let's look at caste. The scheduled caste is a category which is landless, and they have nothing to sell but the labor. Okay. So when you have climate vulnerabilities which kind of come in, then they are the ones who lose their labor first, or they also do not get paid for the labor because the crop has failed, because it would have been a bataya system, right? And within a bataya system, if the crop fails, you go, right? The landlord would have a bank balance, would have a granary, and as a result, the landlord will be able to survive one bad monsoon, right? A member of the scheduled caste, or the peasantry as we called them earlier, has nothing but to move. So their vulnerabilities are huge. And their access, once you have these climate vulnerabilities, then you also are able to survive on what is called social capital. The social capital which they have, the social capital of a landed person is going to be enormous. That landed person could be connected with the richest in the world, right? In terms of the social networks or whatever you have, right? While the social capacity of a Dalit would only be to the extent of, will you take me with you to the wherever you go for work and help me get work, right? So there's a limit in terms of the social networks which they have and what those social networks can access. So what you're saying is absolutely right, that the poor, I'm not, when I say the poor, I'm looking at the poor as a comprehensive category, but I also am being very clear that the poor basically means the landless, right? But the poor also means the tribal, right?
Yes.
And they're also the poor, and they have different kinds of vulnerabilities which are also there, because they are giving away their land for these large irrigation projects. They are the ones who are not getting irrigation. They are the ones whose forest is being destroyed. Their dependence on common property is being destroyed, etc. So we also have the scenario of these Adivasis, the 8%, so to say, which is again, there would be different categories within the Adivasi. So So, and on the gender question, I think there are multiple vulnerabilities which are there. So, for example, some of the work which we did in Garhwal and Kumaon, we realized that, the Chipko is being talked about as this great celebration of a women's movement. But if you start looking at who controls these Chipko institutions, it's the mother-in-laws.
Right.
And Shala Brit Kapoor wrote a wonderful article once where she says, don't talk to me unless you're a daughter-in-law. Because the daughter-in-law has the responsibility of collecting firewood and grass. For the
I've
cattle,
seen that.
right? And
Yes.
the mother-in-laws are the ones who are who become these Gora Devis and these big Chipko icons.
Right, right.
But then again, there is a gender dimension. There is a dimension of age within gender, which is there, right? So the complexities of gender, caste, and tribe has to be understood in the different context of the livelihoods which we are studying. And what I'm trying to do here is integrate these various studies and voices, and as a result, I haven't focused on how a particular dimension kind of opens up, or a caste dimensions open up with agriculture and flooding in the Kosi, for example, right? Which we are kind of documenting and studying, but there is, and as a result, the shortcut, the shorthand which I have of the poor is actually not fashionable anymore, because you're talking about caste. But again, within caste, there are these multiple levels of exploitation which are there. I think I don't know whether we will be able to have an understanding of water and climate only on the basis of caste is going to help us find solutions to the problems. When, while it is being a dominant caste, it's still a 20% scenario which we are looking at. And there would be, I would say today, about half of the population which is water stressed. While 90% of the people of the scheduled caste would be water stressed, there would be many other millions who are also going to be water stressed. So
Right.
as a result, I use the shorthand of the poor, but I quite understand that most of the poor are being represented by the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribes.
Thank you, sir, so much. Like, my head is brimming with questions, but it's already past 11 o'clock, and I'm sure it is pretty late there in California also. So, sir, thank you very, very much. And sir, I have already posted the link of our talk in Facebook. Now, people are there asking if the PowerPoints could be shared. Now, it is completely up to you, like whether you want to give us a few write-up, which I can share with participants who are attending and the broader audience out there. If you have published anything on the topic so far. Now, if you do not want to share your PPTs, something that would give the people an idea about the work that is going on, your hypothesis, some of your findings, it would be great.
So this is work in progress. What I
Yes.
have is access to a website, and I'll share the link with you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Thank you
And
so
a very
much.
good night, and we enjoyed.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Dear participants, we will come back at 11:30 and resume the second session of the day. So at the moment, I am just logging off. Please join in time so that we can continue the session in time. Mm. Dear participants, a very good morning and welcome back to our second session. We are about to start the second session of the day. We already have Dr. Sarkal with us. So, Dr. Sarkal, good morning and a very warm welcome. So, I will introduce you formally to our participants, then you can start your talk. Dr. Prasenjit Sarkal is an associate professor at the University of Kalyani in West Bengal, India. With a strong academic background and extensive research experience, Dr. Sarkal is at the forefront of the field of environmental and applied economics. His work focuses on addressing critical issues related to agriculture, rural development, and sustainable economic practices. As a C.V. Raman Fellow, Dr. Sarkal collaborated with researchers and experts at Virginia State University to conduct innovative research that contributed to the advancement of agricultural economics. His research findings provided valuable insights into the socioeconomic aspects of farming, resource management, and policy implications. Simultaneously, as an associate professor at the University of Kalyani, Dr. Sarkal actively engages in teaching and mentoring students, guiding them in their academic and research pursuits. He is known for his comprehensive understanding of economics and his ability to communicate complex concepts effectively. Dr. Sarkal's research contributions have been recognized nationally and internationally, and he has published his works in reputable academic journals. His studies not only contribute to the theoretical knowledge in his field, but also have practical implications for policymakers, farmers, and other stakeholders in the agricultural sector. With his diverse experience and expertise, Dr. Prasenjit Sarkal bridges the gap between academia and real-world challenges in agriculture and environmental economics. His dedication to advancing the understanding of economics and his commitment to educating the next generation of scholars and professionals make him a valuable asset to both Virginia State University and the University of Kalyani. Thank you for being with us, sir. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Shaha, for the kind introduction. And thank you, Amity University, for giving me the opportunity to deliver my talk at the refresher course. So let me share the screen so that I can just begin with the presentation right away. So is the screen visible?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So the topic of today's talk is basically about biodiversity conservation and sustainable development goals. Both of these are actually buzzwords in today's academic and common public discourse, because both of these concerns are actually looming large over the future of our economy, and particularly over the concerns of sustainability. Now, a few words before I begin this talk is about the orientation of the talk. So, naturally, being a person from the discipline of economics, I'm going to look at biodiversity conservation and sustainable development goals from the lens of economics per se. And with the basic idea would be to establish a link between the biodiversity conservation and sustainable development goals, and to see how the synergies between these two concepts actually work each other. Interestingly, what I will try to develop in this talk is to see that the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals is a kind of tension with the idea of biodiversity conservation, and my talk will try to bring this out. The basic objective of today's talk is actually twofold. The first is that I'm going to walk you through the idea of biodiversity conservation and sort of derive a very preliminary and formal framework to show how biodiversity conservation and sustainable development goals are actually interlinked within the economic framework. A very basic formal framework is going to identify the policy levers that are actually essential towards biodiversity conservation, and how they can move towards fulfilling the sustainable development goals of the 2030 agenda that we all know about. So that is the basic idea. The second thing that I'm going to attempt, I hope the time permits that, is to show how environmental concerns or the biodiversity conservation can actually be operationalized into sustainable development goals, and how we can move towards some measurable indicators of biodiversity conservation, and we can judge, we can actually assess whether a country is moving forward towards meeting its sustainable development goals, which is actually considered to be one of the major priorities, or which are considered to be one of the major development challenges that we are facing. So let us begin with the very basic. And just let this make me full screen. So let us move towards identifying the place that biodiversity conservation has as an agenda in public discourse. So this is actually a survey. This is actually a finding of the survey from the World Economic Forum Global Risk Perception Survey, which is carried out in 2021-2022. It actually takes into account across the globe ideas about the leaders, political leaders, executives, about the challenges or the severe risks that they perceive to be the most important on a global scale over the next 10 years. Now, as you can see, climate action failure, extreme weather, and biodiversity loss, needless to say, they are intertwined in each other, actually features in the topmost three risks that people are considering, that the leaders around the world are considering to be very decisive as one of the more severe risks that the global challenges are facing. In fact, this is not very uncommon, because nowadays with extreme weather events, and when you see the media and the newspapers, you will find the reflection of this perception about people continuously talking about adverse weather conditions, species extinctions, and deforestations, and all these kind of risks that which are kind of shaping the economic outcome of around the global scale. Now, interesting to see, what I'm trying, the point that I'm trying to make is that Though biodiversity loss, extreme weather, and climate action failure features in the top 3 risks, social cohesion, erosion, and livelihood risk, though they are relegated to the 5th positions, what I'm trying to show, or what I will show here, is that these risks are actually intertwined and they has an interlinkage between them. And it is through this window that economics will enter into this discourse of biodiversity conservation and sustainable development goals. Okay, so what is biodiversity? Before I begin, let us clear about the let us have a clear idea about what biodiversity is all about. So it is actually refers to the variety of life forms. Okay, so variety of life forms at the molecular level, at the organismic level, at the population level, at the species level. And if you look at it from the human well-being perspective, biodiversity actually includes a variety of plants, animals, and other life forms, which actually comes handy in the production of foods, fuels, fibers, pharmaceuticals, and industrial goods, all economic goods, which are very, very important for our economy. One important point that is going to underlying the whole talk is that remember that biodiversity actually talks about diversity in biological species. So even very small biological species, even very small parts of the ecosystem, even a very small minute part of an ecosystem have a huge role to play in economic welfare, which I'm going to show presently. And so to begin with, biodiversity is important because one, it helps in the production of foods and fuels and fibers, which are all important for our economy. It is also important because it helps in crucial services such as pollination, water quality regulation, soil erosion control, and finally, and importantly, they have aesthetic, scientific, or humanity values. So if we consider how human beings are actually interacting with biodiversity, we will see that the human beings or the economy as a whole uses the nature in 2 ways. One, it uses the nature as a source where it takes inputs from the nature for the production of crucial economic goods. And second, it also uses the nature as a sink where it disposes all the post-consumption and the post-production waste in the nature. Why? Because nature has got this amazing assimilative capacity by which they can actually render these waste products harmless. And what is the crisis of sustainability? As I'm going to show, that the crisis of sustainability lies in the fact that we are producing waste, or we are taking from the nature and giving it back something which is higher and higher than the assimilative waste capacity of the nature, higher and higher than the capacity with which it can process the waste to be harmless. Now, why are we concerned? Here are some figures, though everyone knows about it, but here are some of the figures that we are trying to show. So around 85% of the wetlands have been lost over a span of, say, around 40 decades of economic growth, last 40 decades of economic growth. You will see that the population of freshwater species have declined by 83% since 1970. 33% of the world's tropical forest has been degraded. Population of vertebrate species have declined tremendously by 60% since 1970. And drivers linked to food production cause 70% of the terrestrial biodiversity loss. And importantly, agriculture, which is so very important for food production, is responsible for almost 80% of the world's global forest deforestation. So needless to say, we are looking at a very, very gloom picture so far as the economic interaction of nature and human society is concerned. Now, this concern, as I'm going to show, the burden of biodiversity loss actually falls disproportionately on the poor. Why is that? Because biodiversity and development linkages are acute in developing countries. Remember, because consider, for example, the case of India, where majority of the people in our country actually lives in rural areas, and they depend on these kind of environmental resources for their income. For example, if you consider the case of India, ecosystem services account for around 47% income, 47% of the income of the poor. And even in Indonesia, it is as large as 75%. So needless to say that any disruption in this kind of ecosystem services, which they may not have been responsible for, actually results in a large perturbation in their income stream and exacerbates the poverty and hunger among the poor people. And the loss of biodiversity, one estimates, is it's huge, actually huge. It imposes a huge cost on the poor in developing countries, almost 70 billion US dollar per annum. And so this is the reason why we need to mainstream biodiversity considerations into development plans. So one of the reasons why biodiversity and sustainable development plans needs to be integrated is that biodiversity disruptions can have very adverse implications on the income of the poor. Now, when we talk about sustainable development goals, before we come to the sustainable development goals, let us admit that being from the discipline of economics, this concern over natural degradation and economic progress has been looming large since 1970s, because from 1970s onwards, there have been concerns about our limits to growth, that we cannot grow indefinitely has been discussed widely in academic circles. One of the influential reports that came out in 1970s is called the Club of Rome report, which is again titled The Limits to Growth, actually said that there is a definite bound on the economic growth that the world is experiencing. And then the concern was that in the process of our growth, we are actually damaging our productive base to the extent that our next generation is not going to inherit the same richness of the productive base upon which we are basing our economic growth. And from then onwards, the idea was to grow sustainably rather than just focusing on per capita GDP growth. The concept of sustainable development was advocated to be integrated in the idea of economic progress. What is sustainable development? Sustainable development is one in which you grow, but you live the productive base at least as large as what you enjoy today for your future generation. That is the broad concept of sustainability that has been advocated in academic and scientific discourses. Now, sustainable development goals actually attempts to achieve these kind of goals, these kind of objectives on making the economic growth sustainable by pointing or promoting a 17-point agenda. As you will see that among the 17-point agenda, the first is, of course, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being. So these all relates directly to the economic indicators, gender inequality, which is again a social concern. And it is important to remember that sustainable goals is actually mixing ends with means. Okay, so for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these are all means. These are all ends, whereas 9, for example, the industrial innovation and infrastructure is a means by which you can actually move towards no poverty, zero hunger, and good health and well-being, all these kind of things. And if you look at goals number 13, if you look at goals number 14 and 15, all these three, that is climate action, life below water, life on land, all these three relates directly to the biodiversity concerns. But what I'm trying and argue here is that these goals are not actually remote and independent goals. Goals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of these are actually closely interlinked with goals 13, 14, and 15. And the idea of our talk is basically to bring out this interdependence and to see and to how there is this interlinkage can actually be formally analyzed. Okay. So this is basically the sustainable development goals and the prima facie interlinkage between biodiversity concerns and the sustainable development goals. Primarily, we will begin with this idea why climate actions, life below water, life on land, which also includes land use, agriculture, and rural development practices, why are these important? On their own, they are important because they have got an intrinsic value, but also they have an instrumental value in that they directly impinge upon the life and the well-being of the poor. And so this interdependence needs to be analyzed when we talk about biodiversity conservation and sustainable development goals. And this is the primary goal that we are going to analyze in our talk. And of course, we are going to talk about another paradox where we will show that looking at the sustainable development goals in terms of having the human agent as an external to the environment is not going to serve the purpose of ultimately meeting them in 2030. We need to look farther away from that, and we need to look forward, and then we are going to see how we can actually integrate these kind of concerns in the measures of economic progress so that biodiversity conservation and sustainable development goals can become really a consistent objective. Okay, so how do we sustain the goals? So we reiterate the Brundtland Commission idea on sustainable development, where the Brundtland Commission 1987 defined sustainable development goals as one, which development that meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. In other words, if the present generation enjoys some amount of economic prosperity, measures should be taken such that the future generation are also able to meet these kind of economic prosperity in their times. Now, each generation should live to its successors at least as large a productive base that what we are talking as it had inherited from its predecessor. And we say that natural resource and biodiversity is that kind of productive base that we are talking about. So this is the basic premise from which we are going to start the talk, or which we are going to start the deliberation. We are going to start the discussions around biodiversity conservation and sustainable development goals. Okay. So what is the plan of the lecture? We have a threefold plan of the lecture, rather ambitious one. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to cover all of them within this limited time. But the basic idea is to underscore the formal linkage between sustainability and biodiversity, to get acquainted with the operational principles of sustainability. So what is operational principles of sustainability? By operational principles of sustainability, what I mean is whether we can actually prescribe the path through which we should go in order to meet the sustainable development goals. So we will attempt to understand what are the operational principles that we require to meet the sustainable development goals. And in the process, we will recognize and appreciate the policy levers. What are the policies that could enable the economy to reduce the ecological footprint or the impact of the human civilization? The slides that I have actually shown, the deforestations and species extinction, this kind of impact. What are the policy levers that could actually reverse or actually arrest this kind of ecological footprint? This is the threefold plan of the lecture. Now, each of these issues actually requires a lot of time. So what I'm trying to, what I shall try to do is, I shall try to give you an overview of all these issues. At least for issue 1 and 2, I will try and build up a formal framework within economics. It will require very simple algebra to the high school algebra that will actually build this framework. And for the third one, I will try to give an overview of the policy levers that could actually enable the economy, the principles, how you can, the principles through which you can incorporate biodiversity and natural capital within the framework of national income accounts or within the measures of economic progress. So the first two would be actually a formal descriptions, and the third issue, if I am able to go towards that, would actually talk about some measures of economic progress that actually incorporates the biodiversity conservation ideas. So let's begin. So to begin with, because remember, I told you when I started the talk that biodiversity actually talks about the diversity in biological and the ecosystem. And even a very familiar day-to-day resource like the soils are very, very important to us. Why I put up these slides, just to make you aware of the fact that even a very familiar ecosystem, which we don't take into account, actually has got an enormous value, and that when the ecosystem actually interacts with this kind of soils in an inappropriate manner, they can actually interfere with the flow of services this kind of resources have. So these soils are actually living ecosystem, approximately half air and half water, 45% minerals and 5% organic matter. Of that 5%, only 10% is life. See, only a very insignificant portion of the soil is live, but that 10% contains some of the greatest biodiversity in the biosphere. What are they? So soil organisms, including earthworms, nematodes, arthropods, protozoa, fungi, and bacteria, they actually form food waves which drive soil ecosystem process, including nutrient cycling, carbon sequestration, nitrogen storage, and water purifications. All are important for important components of global cycling of matters, energy, and nutrients. Now, if soil biodiversity performing its huge range of roles were completely lost, we are going to lose a land-based food system, and it is going to come to an enormous cost to an economy. Now, attempt to compensate soil erosion through fertilizer application results in significant costs. What are the significant costs? Remember, when we talk about productivity, when we have this idea in India, when we talk about green revolution and scientific interventions to improve productivity, surpassing the boundary of nature, we all incur significant costs. What are these costs? So, for example, nitrogen is an essential element in living matter. Now, plants obtain nitrogen from the soil, where bacteria convert nitrogen from the by plants. Modern agriculture does what? It applies industrial fertilizer. Why? Because it wants to enhance nitrogen supply in the soil. But because these are not backed by any kind of rigorous scientific technique, nitrogen in the fertilizers that are not required by agricultural crop actually sinks into the soil. So the excess nitrogen remains in the soil. This excess nitrogen then washes into the waterway, ultimately into the coastal zones, creating biological dead zones of algae blooms. What are dead zones? These dead zones are characterized with low levels of oxygen, excess nitrogen, and because there is excess nitrogen, there are overgrowth of algae in a short period of time, and they actually consume the oxygen in the water bodies. By one estimate, in 2019, the seasonal dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico was about the size of the state of Massachusetts and cost the fishing industry there at least $500 million per year, per annum. Why? Because if they eat away the oxygen, then the fish species or the aquatic species actually dies away, they extinct. So what we are trying to establish here is that even very small components of biodiversity are of enormous economic value. And when you try to intervene with that kind of biodiversity, it can have a backlash to the economic outcomes, and these negative feedback mechanism ultimately reduces your economic prosperity and productivity in the long run. Okay. So one picture which shows the relationship between material prosperity and natural degradation. So we have this global real GDP from 1750 to 2000, past 2000, and you could see the enormous progress that we have made since 1950, that the global real GDP has been increasing like anything. Past 2000, it is also increasing at a very high rate. What is interesting to note is that global terrestrial biosphere degradation has also kept pace with that. So we are growing at the expense of biosphere degradation, and you will see the same upward rising curve from 1950 onwards, the same steeply rising curve of biosphere degradation, which is going on with the global real GDP, with the growth in global real GDP. So are there any relations between the two? And if so, what are the relationships? Now, before we talk about biosphere degradation, a bit of word about how you can actually measure biodiversity. There are lots of indices that measures biodiversity, but I'm here going to talk about one, the IUCN Red List Index, for example. So this LI, that is the Red List Index, actually measures the conservation status, which actually estimates the near future global loss of species. Now, assessors actually classify species into one of 8 categories: extinct, extinct in the wild, critically endangered, endangered, vulnerable, near threatened, list concerned, or data deficient. That data deficient means we really don't know about the species and their extinction status. Now, the Red List Index uses this data to show trends in survival probability over time. The Red List Index value of 1 actually equates to all species qualifying as least concern, that is not expected to become extinct in the near future. And RLI value of 0 equates to all species having gone extinct. So if the RLI is constant over time, it actually indicates the overall extinction risk for the group is unchanged. Remember, we are actually talking about species here. We are not actually talking about critical other ecosystem services that are getting damaged due to economic progress. So if the rate of biodiversity loss were reducing, the RLI would show an upward trend. So for our economy, it would have been a good news if the Red List Index would have shown an upward trend, because then it would have shown that we are actually doing a lot to prevent the biodiversity loss. But what does this picture say? Now, if you look at this picture, you will see the picture is rather disappointing. If you consider, for example, the birds, if you consider, for example, the mammals, the corals, the cycads, the amphibians, none of this actually shows an upward trend. At best, they're all declining, showing that the biodiversity loss from 1980 to 2020 is actually following a very negative trend. So we have bad news for our economy. Now, how do we actually link our economic progress and biodiversity loss? So for that, we actually need to find out the interlinkages and the foundation of biodiversity of our economy. So as I repeated earlier also, just let me underscore this once again, that how does biodiversity comes or interact with the economies of our day-to-day life? First of all, it applies in terms of provisioning services that supplies the good we harvest and extract. Cultural services, for example, the gardens, parks, and coastlines we visit for pleasure, and even emotional sustenance and recuperation. Nature's processes also maintain a genetic library, as I said, that it preserve and regenerate the soil. It has got its own capacity to regenerate, to do good the damage that the humans are doing to the nature, but to an extent, and these are actually the regulating and maintenance services. So broadly, we could say that biodiversity interact with our economy in terms of 2 kinds of services, 3 kinds of services. One is the provisioning services, where it supplies the good. Next, in terms of cultural services, where it actually gives us amenity pleasures. And third is the regulation and maintenance services, where it acts as a sink, where it can process all our post-consumption and the production waste. Okay, so this is basically the idea of how biodiversity and the economy are actually linked. Now, how do economists actually perceive biodiversity? Because one important task is basically to bring biodiversity or the natural capital into or this natural goods and services into the realms of economics in common economic parlance. Now, the reason why I actually showed the other slide about provisioning services and cultural services and regulation and maintenance services is to emphasize the idea that biodiversity is valuable to the economy. So it is a kind of asset, right? Because it gives important services to us, it provides important services to us, and it's a kind of valuable asset. So one easy way economists have actually followed is they have considered natural resources or natural goods and services and biodiversity as a kind of asset. In economics, loosely speaking, we consider assets as a kind of capital. And so we consider biodiversity as a kind of capital. What is a capital? Capital is something which gives you a rate of return. Now, Having said this, we actually place biodiversity alongside two other capitals that we have been considering in the economy for long. In the discipline of economics, machines and man-made capital are actually called the produced capital, and education is also called education, skill, knowledge. These are actually called human capital. So alongside produced capital and human capital, when we incorporate biodiversity in our decision-making in the economics parlance, we actually call it a kind of natural capital. So now, when we move on to discover the links between biodiversity and economy alongside produced capital and human capital, we will consider the natural capital as a source of value and asset to the economy. Now, interestingly, natural capital and human capital and produced capital, these are not separate entities. These actually go on to interact with each other and affect each of their effectiveness. For example, if you see the interlinkage between produced capital and human capital, innovation and labor actually helps in augmenting the produced capital. From the produced capital, goods and services and income flows back into the human capital. What does the human capital does? The human capital actually goes on with this knowledge. They actually goes on to interfere with the land use. They generate pollution and waste. What does the natural capital does in turn? The natural capital actually provides food, health, and coastal protection to the human capital. To the produced capital, it produces the natural resources and regulating services such as water quality, which is sometimes used as inputs because water, for example, is considered to be one of the major inputs. And this produced capital then gives back the pollution and waste to the natural capital. So remember, it's a kind of exchange system where the natural capital is providing critical services to both human capital and produced capital and receiving back in turn some kind of land use, pollution and waste, both from produced capital and the human capital. And the human capital and the produced capital are again interlinked with each other in terms of goods, services and income and innovation of labor. So this is the basic idea with which we are going to build upon and progress further in our quest for sustainable development. Okay. So let's see. Suppose for the time being, let us assume that we can estimate produced capital, human capital, and natural capital. Of course, produced capital and human capital are highly estimable because in economics discipline, we have been measuring physical capital and human capital for long. But natural capital is very difficult to estimate, and we are going to come towards that, towards the third part of the talk that I have been talking about. But for the time being, let us assume that you can actually estimate both the produced capital and the human capital, as well as the natural capital. Now, if you look at these estimates, you will find a very, very interesting pattern that is going on. Over the year, for example, if you consider 1992 to 2013, you will see that the produced capital is showing a steep upward trend. That is, we are investing more and more in innovations. We are investing more and more in technology, in physical capital. Human capital is roughly constant. It's showing a somewhat upward trend. But what is striking is that natural capital is not only showing a downward trend, but it is even negative. That is, natural capital is depreciating. So the underlying fact is that whereas we are improving in produced capital, the natural capital is we are doing it at the expense of the natural capital. Now, this opens up a very interesting debate in sustainability, which I don't have the time to go into, but let me just give you a glimpse of this debate that actually goes on in sustainability discussions. So consider, for example, suppose your economy, the total capital stock of your economy is composed of produced capital, human capital, and natural capital. So if you add three of them, you get the total capital stock of the economy. Now, for long, growth literature, economic growth literature, has been obsessive about the accumulation of capital. So starting from the work of Nobel laureate Solow and later works have also actually stressed on accumulation of per capita capital. Now, underlying is the fact that if your total stock of capital actually increases, your economic growth will increase, and your economy is going to prosper. Now, if you have this idea that all that matters is your total capital stock, then this picture doesn't actually come in conflict with the existing ideas of growth. Why? Because it's okay, your natural capital is depreciating, but at the same time, if you can compensate the depreciation of natural capital with produced capital, then you can still increase your total capital, right? So even if you decline a part of your total capital, which is natural capital, you can still overcompensate that with the produced capital, and still your economy can grow. But the thing is that this actually defies common sense. Why? Because we all know that if you extinct natural capital, no matter how much produced capital you can have, your economy is actually going to collapse in the long run. You simply cannot live with the machines, right? I mean, you cannot simulate certain things which are very intrinsic to nature. You cannot simulate ozone to the scale that it has today. You cannot simulate nutrient functions. You cannot simulate very, very critical natural services like eutrophications, and all this cannot be simulated on a large scale, even if it is possible in a laboratory. So primarily because of these concerns that you simply cannot risk increasing your overall stock of capital with produced capital, and by bringing down natural capital, the Sustainable Development Goals has been promoted. Okay. So now how we are going to look at this Sustainable Development Goals and the biodiversity concern, given that we consider biodiversity as one important source of capital in our economy. So we are going to use a very primitive tool of economics that we are going to talk about, demand and supply apparatus. Very, very primitive. And I'm going to try and show you that this is very, very basic. Also, a very basic level of understanding is going to convince you of the imbalance or the impact inequality in the economy, which I'm going to define later on. So what is demand? Demand is actually, if you consider biodiversity stock, and if you consider the natural capital stock, what is our demand? The demand is the different type of provisioning services that we are extracting out of the natural economy. So for example, we are asking the natural capital stock to provide us with the inputs which would help in our production. We are asking the natural capital to provide us with the sink services. With the sink services, the amount of waste that we dispose of in the atmosphere, in the environment, we are demanding a kind of cleaning services from the environment. And then what is the supply? The supply is basically not only the sources of these inputs, not only but also the regeneration rate, the assimilative capacity of the environment. So on the one hand, we are demanding source services and the sink services from the natural capital. And on the other hand, the biosphere is actually providing us with these services. So this constitutes a supply. So what is the basic idea? What is the tension? What is the crisis? The crisis is that when humanity's demand exceeds the regeneration rate, the biosphere depreciates. So when we produce excess waste, when we take away fossil fuels in excess of and exhaust the stock, when we exhaust the renewable resource, which is higher than their growth rate, the biosphere depreciates. And now we ask what steps need to be taken in order to alter the demand. So the basic point of this exercise is actually to identify the policy levers that is going to alter the demand. Because remember, the stock of the biosphere's regeneration rate is given something which is unique, irreversible, and exogenous to the economic system, at least at this point in time. And we would have more occasion to talk about that. Okay, so this is the basic demand and supply apparatus that we are going to use. Now, a time for little algebra, very basic high school algebra. So now, suppose you divide the global economic units, say labeled by I. So consider, so NI is basically the population size. So for example, consider NI as the population living in the ith region. And YI is basically the index of economic activity. So for example, let us consider this as per capita, so some kind of output, okay? So now, so if this is a per capita index of economic activity, then if you multiply the population with the economic activity, then you get the aggregate activity by the members of I. So NI into YI is basically the aggregate activity. So if one person, for example, produces 10 outputs, 10 unit of output, and if there are 100 people living in that part of that globe, then 100 into 10, that is 1,000, is going to give you the aggregate economic activity. Now remember, all human activity requires the biosphere's goods and services at inputs. So now let N denote the global population, Y the per capita global GDP, and let I cover the world's population, okay? So what is NY? NY, how do you obtain NY? That is the global aggregate output. You simply sum up all the aggregate activity in different regions of the world. So for example, you sum up the aggregate activity in Asia, you sum up the aggregate activity in South America, in North America, in Eurasia, and you sum them up, and then you get the global aggregate activity, that is NY, okay? Is this clear? Any questions up to this point?
I think the best would be to take questions at the end of the lecture. So at the
Okay,
moment, what
okay.
we can do is, if the participants have any question, please start writing in the chat box so that we can have the questions ready. And once the lecture is over, sir can take it up, right?
Okay, so that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay. So so this is what this aggregate demand is. So we will consider two forms of demand. Remember, we talked about the provisioning services and we talked about the maintenance services. So what is the provisioning service? The things that we take from the biosphere. Okay, so let X denote what we extract or harvest from the biosphere. So that may be fish, that may be agricultural crops, that may be timber, anything that we extract or harvest from the biosphere. Okay, so suppose X denote that. Suppose Z denote the demand we make of the biosphere as a pollution sink. So consider Z as a kind of amount of waste that we actually drop into the biosphere. So these are the two demands. One, we take inputs from the biosphere, that is X, and Z, this is the amount of waste that we drop into the biosphere as a pollution sink. Now remember, both X and Z are actually functions of Ni. Why? Because if you take some inputs from the biosphere and then you convert that into output, then you can use some fraction of that. Only some fraction of that output is going to represent the amount of input that you are taking from the biosphere. So, for example, if you consider timber that you take, say for preparing a chair, the timber constitutes, say, around some percentage of the furniture, but then the screws, the other artifacts that you use in the preparations of the furniture also constitute, say, around say 5 or 10% of the chair that you have prepared from the timber. So timber is part, not whole, of the chair, but you can actually say that at 90% fraction of the chair is timber. So if you have the output, then you can express the input as some percentage of the output that you have in mind. Similarly for waste, for example, if you consume, say, a good, say for example, if you consume a banana and if you peel the skin of the banana and throw away the peel of the banana, then you can say that 10% of the banana is the amount of waste that you have spilled into the atmosphere. So what the point that I'm trying to make here is that you can actually express the amount of input that you are taking from the biosphere and the amount of waste you are depositing into the biosphere in terms of the aggregate output. And that is actually the key to what we would key to the impact inequality equations that we are going to talk about. Okay, now suppose Alpha X is the numerical measure of efficiency with which the biosphere's goods and services are converted into global GDP. And let alpha Z be the numerical measure of the extent to which biosphere is transformed by global waste products. So this is the amount of percentage that I'm talking about. So suppose, say, some alpha X percentage of X is used in the production of global output, and some alpha Z fraction of waste comes out from the total global output. So alpha X and alpha Z actually measures the amount of efficiency parameters with which the biosphere's goods and services are converted into global GDP, and the biosphere, the global GDP is related to the global waste products. So remember, both X and Z can actually be considered as some fraction of the global output that is being produced. Now, you can think of it in another way also. You can think of it in terms of, say, the amount of waste is actually related to the total amount of output. So higher the output, higher the waste. And higher the output, higher the amount of input that you would require from the biosphere. So higher the NY, that is the aggregate output, higher would be the amount of X. And so alpha X is actually representing the fraction of input that is required in order to produce NY amount of output using inputs from the global biosphere. And how do we define the global ecological footprint? The global ecological footprint is actually the demands that we make on the biosphere, that is X and Z. And if we replace X and Z by NY by alpha X and NY by alpha Z, then we can actually write the global ecological footprint as NY by alpha, okay, where alpha is the efficiency parameter. So this is the basic equation that I'm going to use to make my point. Okay, now, so what about aggregate supply? So when we talk about this, so this is the demand that we are making on the biosphere. This is the demand that we are making for the inputs and outputs of the biosphere. Now, remember, a very simple characterization of the biosphere is this kind of curve where S is actually the stock of biodiversity, okay? So higher the stock of biodiversity, higher would be the growth rate, because biodiversity reproduces itself. A very simple way to think about this is to consider the case of fishery. So as your fish stock increases, they reproduce among themselves, and the growth, if S is the stock of fishery, then the growth of fishery is going to increase. Now, after a certain point, if there are a large number of fishes in a given pond, in a given boundary, then they are going to compete with each other, and then the available food stock for each fish, because there are overcrowding, is going to come down, and then the regeneration rate of the fish will actually going to fall. And after a point when the fish stock has actually reached a large enough population, then it is actually going to diminish. It is actually going to come down. So we will consider that the supply of bioservices is actually characterized by the regenerative rate. Okay, so we will consider that the supply of bioservices is actually considered by the regenerative rate of the biosphere. And so we will consider the stock of biosphere to be S, and we will consider the supply of biosphere to be a function of G, which is G by S. Now, this G function can be affected by policy. Investment in biotechnology is one class of such policies, okay? So, because we have seen from the earlier slides that we are having a very, very crucial picture regarding the stock of biodiversity, or very bad picture of biodiversity, it would actually imply that the demands we are making from the environment or from the biosphere is actually exceeding its stock. That is the basic idea. So if you have the crude estimates of a total impact on nature, it will suggest that maintaining the world's current living standards with our current economic systems and having the production and consumption, it would require 1.7 Earths. So what we have today, we would require almost 2 times that of the biosphere in order to maintain and sustain, even if we want to sustain our current living standards. leave aside the prospect of economic growth. So what we have, so what is sustainable development then? Sustainable development will cease to happen if NY by alpha is greater than GS. That is, if our demand from the biosphere exceeds the supply of crucial biological services, which is categorized by GS. But though this is a kind of tautology, but then we have certain important implications out of this impact equations. We call this the impact equations, and we call this the ecological footprint. That is, NY by alpha is our ecological footprint. An important corollary of this impact inequality is that we will be able to meet the sustainable development goals when instead of greater than NY by alpha will be exactly equal to GS. That is, our extraction is exactly equal to the growth rate of the biosphere, the stock of the biosphere. So how can we move towards such kind of sustainable development practices? There are 4 avenues which are available to humanity for transforming the impact inequality into an impact equality, which is our target for the sustainable development goals. How? See, if you want to convert this inequality into equality, then what you need to do is, obviously, you have to reduce this left-hand side, okay? You have to reduce this left-hand side. How can you do so? One way to reduce the left-hand side is either by reducing the numerator or by increasing the denominator. What does reducing the numerator means? It means either you reduce Y, that is, you reduce per capita global consumption, that is, you reduce your level of consumption, what we talk about today about simple living, or you lower the future global population from what it is today. That is, you reduce N. So your numerator, you can reduce your numerator. Or you can increase the efficiency with which biosphere supplies of goods and services are converted into global output and return to the biosphere as waste. That is, you increase alpha. Either you decrease N, you increase Y, or you increase alpha. Now, reducing N and Y requires very innovative policies, which I'm going to discuss further, but increasing alpha is actually our familiar terrain, because all the time we talk about recycling, all the time we talk about reusing, all the time we talk about generating less waste and using improved technology. This alpha actually captures that discussion, where if you increase alpha, the efficiency with which you use input. So by increasing alpha, for instance, you would use less timber from the nature to produce, say, furniture. You are going to use less land from the nature to increase agricultural output, so on and so forth. The other way is actually to increase the right-hand side, to keep this as it is, and then invest in nature through conservation and restoration to increase our stock of nature and its regenerative rate. So instead of increasing NY instead of reducing this, what you can do is you can actually invest in nature through conservation and restoration to increase our stock. Okay, so this is also one way. But one catch here is that you really cannot restore all parts of nature that I have discussed. There are certain critical services which cannot be restored. So this supply side measure is almost viewed with caution, and the policy of sustainable development goals, as I'm going to show, actually centers around this demand trajectory, where you either make conscious policies to reduce Y, you want to reduce global population, or you talk about improving the technology, improving the efficiency. As it will be shown that increasing the efficiency is actually intertwined with development in technology and institutions. And these are very vital and crucial part of the policy levers when we consider sustainable development. Okay, so the first point. So what is the operational principles of sustainable development goals? The operational principle of sustainable development goals is to attain impact equality. So how do you characterize whether you have attained the sustainable development goals? You characterize it by saying that you have actually reduced this inequality to equality. So the attempt of all the national and subnational policies is to attain the impact inequality, and it should be a minimum requirement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Okay. Now, so remember, I have talked about three possible areas of intervention. Okay. The fourth one, as I said, is viewed with caution. So I'm going to limit my discussion within these three possible areas of intervention. One, you reduce per capita global consumption. Two, you reduce global population. By that, you reduce the numerator. Or three, you increase efficiency, by which you can you increase the denominator, and so your left-hand side is going to come down. So I'm going to talk about, in brief, very brief, I'm going to talk about these kind of interventions so far as reducing per capita global consumption and global population and efficiency becomes an important strategy for attaining sustainable development goals. Okay. So addressing the impact inequality one, which is global consumption. Now, remember, when we talk about global consumption, explicitly, we are talking about the provisioning services. That is the amount of resources we take from the atmosphere. And one important resource that we take from the atmosphere, we take from the biosphere, is basically the amount of land that we use for food production. And as you will see, that food production is one of the most important cause, one of the major drivers of terrestrial biodiversity. Why? Because you can see from 1700 to 2000 onwards, if you look at the trajectory of the cropland expansion, you will see that it has come at the expense of forest and woodland. Look at this graph, where the forest and the woodland is diminishing and the cropland is increasing. But what is more important is that the savanna, the pasture land is also increasing. The pasture land, for example, is also increasing. So importantly, very interestingly, our demand for food, our demand for meat in terms of livestock, because we are increasing the pasture land, is actually eating away the savanna grasslands and the sarvs and the forest and the woodlands, and actually being a major driver to the course of biodiversity loss. Okay, as a major driver to the course of biodiversity loss. So now food production is the most significant driver of terrestrial biodiversity loss. Okay, so for example, land use for agriculture increased by over 100 million hectares between 1980 and 2000 across the tropics. Now, one important, because there are other issues also, but I'm going to concentrate, because of paucity of time, I'm just going to concentrate on the issue of land for now on. There are other issues like timber, aquaculture, fish capture. All these are important dimensions of consumptions which are actually interfering with biodiversity. But for now on, I'm going to concentrate on land. Now, to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, you need to address the increasing need without further expanding agricultural land. Okay, so how do you do that? Okay, so one is basically, one important strand of research actually advocates changing the mix of crops towards human consumption. So one important strand of research actually talked about building about a combination of crops, around 16 major crops, which includes rice, millets, wheats, etc., which can actually serve human consumption, and advocates against producing a mix of crops, which is actually important for livestock fodder. The second policy implication is actually called the land sparing. What is land sparing? Land sparing is using minimal land to produce efficiently as possible, and sparing large areas for nature. Remember, so how can you actually do that? Now, these requires innovation in food production. So this is basically the alpha parameter, okay? So what are the innovations in food production? One is precision agriculture. This precision agriculture is coming up nowadays, which is now called the digital agriculture. Digital agriculture comes in terms of remote sensing. Remember, when I talked about soil biodiversity, I said one of the major interventions in soil biodiversity comes from excess application of fertilizer. Now, precision agriculture, which actually depends upon remote sensing and information intensive agriculture, can actually collect a host of information using geochemical and biological cycles and can decide upon the optimal dosage of fertilizer, optimal dosage of water that is required for a particular soil type. And so this precision agriculture could actually go towards a long way in preserving preserving biodiversity. Then there is vertical farming. What is vertical farming? This vertical farming actually uses and cellular agriculture. This vertical farming and cellular agriculture both actually produces crops within our very crops and food in controlled labs, okay, in controlled labs without using soil as an ingredient, but they actually use a kind of, so this is much more in the realm of biologists. And so I'm not actually concerned with the process, but I'm talking about the possibilities. But what I'm concerned about is actually about the problems of adopting this kind of precision agriculture, vertical farming, and cellular agriculture. Cellular agriculture actually provides, tries to meet our demand for meat without depending on livestock. So they talk about producing cultured meat. Now, these three innovations in food production has actually got important implications for poor and developing countries, because remember, what we are trying to do is we are trying to conserve biodiversity because they provide important sources of income for the poor and developing countries. Now, all these innovations that we are talking about comes with prohibitive costs. For example, remote sensing. It requires prohibitive cost. The second, in vertical farming, which requires controlled lab experiments, is a very high energy intensity process, and which actually dwells upon different types of energy intensity process, okay, and requires a high energy demand. And then there are culturally defined preferences, which actually comes as a barrier towards the demand of these kind of products. For example, food which is produced in the cultured environment. So we really have to think about these kind of innovations, and active policies are needed so far as addressing the consumption and the land use needs are concerned. The second, what we are talking about is N, which is actually the global impact inequality, 2, which is the global population. Now, surprisingly, though the population becomes a very plays a very important feature, that is N, in our impact inequality equation, the SDG are really very reticent about population growth. They don't speak a lot about population growth. But if you look at the projections of the United Nations, the median projections, the population is going to be around 10.9 billion in the year 2011, in the start of the next century. So more than 3/4 of this increase from today's 7.7 billion is expected to be in sub-Saharan Africa. So remember, your population is increasing, but if you have to raise comparable incomes over there, then even to the current global average income, even a century apart, if you want to reach today's income in the face of a near 3 billion rise in number, then you have to increase the region's annual output from 4.3 trillion international dollars to about 68 trillion international dollars, almost 15 times of what it is today. So that rise, assuming it is possible, is likely to have adverse consequence for the region's ecology, contributing to societal conflicts, okay? So there is an inherent tension between this global population rise and meeting the sustainable development goals. But then what is the way out? One way out, and one neglected area of policy, is that there are unmet needs for family planning. Why? Because if you see that today less than 1% of the international aid from European Union to Africa is devoted to family planning. And even the 2015 Paris Agreement on climate change actually did not make any mention of population, again reiterating the fact that it features a prominent place in an impact inequality, not the lack of family planning facilities for many of the world's poorest women, okay? Now, one of the surveys actually showed that more than 215 million in developing, mainly low-income countries, have reported that they want to prevent pregnancy, but they're not using modern contraception, okay? And among them, over 150 million use absolutely no method of contraception, and 65 million rely on traditional methods. Still, it's almost more than half they use no method of contraception. And so estimates suggest that if all unmet needs for modern contraception were satisfied in developing countries, there would be a nearly 70% decline in unintended pregnancies. So amounting to around 35 million a year, a huge number, a huge advantage to the population figures that we are now experiencing. Now, in fact, it's a paradox that what our estimates suggest that advancing or adoption of family planning is very less, around $2 almost per person, but it remains a paradox why it still remains a neglected field in many of the developing countries. Again, as I said, that each of these issues requires huge discussions, and I'm just giving you an overview of the point of discussion or the point of importance. Okay. So the third part that we are going to talk about is about technology and institutions. Remember, after N and Y, the thing which actually influences our impact equation is alpha. Okay. Now this alpha is actually the technology that and institutions that actually that is embedded in the aggregate efficiency index. What is an aggregate efficiency index? Remember, it is the efficiency with which we convert nature's input into our output, and it is also the efficiency with which we convert our output into waste and deposit it back into the nature. Now, why technology and institutions determine alpha? Because institutions are basically the seat of incentives, and incentives shape the production, dissemination, and the use of knowledge. For example, a state as an institution, which actually invests vigorously in life-saving technology and then applies it, is able to transform the society for the better. Similarly, technological possibilities also shape institutions. Why? Because if you have a good technology in mapping the geographical spread of natural capital, so for example, you use remote sensing technique to map the forest and the shrublands and other common property resources, and you have methods to monitor it so that you can use the remote sensing to understand the deforestation, then it can also help you to enforce property rights. It can help you to maintain whose property is this, and accordingly you can vest the management right of this common property resources to the intended stakeholders. All this depends upon the geographical. If you have technology in hand, you can develop better institutions. If you have better institutions, you can develop better technology. So these goes hand in hand. So how is this applicable in our case? For the biotechnology case, advances in technology can actually correct institutional failures. Why? Because, for example, development of cheap renewable carbon energy sources would actually help to reduce carbon emissions to the point where carbon concentrations are kept within the acceptable levels. On the other hand, if you have good institutions which can establish protected areas and which can take conservation measures to conserve natural habitats, can impose pollution tax and removal of subsidies on resource extraction, then these institutional changes can move positively towards conserving biodiversity. And the incentives and entrepreneurs have for developing technology are again shaped by the systems of property rights in place. So if you know that the state or the state or the market gives you a reward for developing environmental friendly technology, then the entrepreneurs would have more incentives to develop technology, which could go a long way towards improving this aggregate efficiency index. So that is why we have lots of subsidies. We have lots of public schemes on green technology. We have lots of public projects that actually incentivizes startups to develop environmental friendly technology and such that you can go a long way towards protecting the biodiversity loss. Okay, so having said that, having understood the drivers of how to control global consumption, how to control global population, and talk about incentives and technology that can actually shape your efficiency index, then the question naturally arises, if we know all this, why we are in the state that is shown by the earlier slides, the state we are in and why. This is the question that we are having now. Okay, so evidently, the three drivers that I have talked about has not worked in favor of establishing the impact inequality, right? Because the literature for climate change, for example, takes NY as given and focus on raising alpha, okay? They take that if you take the growth rate as given and focus on raising alpha, they argue that the failure to close the gap between carbon emission and the assimilative capacity is basically a result of the institutional and technological failures. Why? Because there are low rates of innovation and investment in non-fossil and fuel energy sources. See, even today also we have lack of adoption of solar panels, right? We are still shying away from adopting alternative energy sources. For example, one instance. Okay, so what is the reason? Economists have typically relegated or typically identified these reasons as low rates of innovations and lack of incentives so far as innovation and investment in non-fossil fuel energy sources are concerned. And these low rates in turn have been due to persistent and pervasive institutional failures. Why institutional failures? Because if you do it on your own, you really cannot succeed much, because this is a global problem. And so you need to build up a global collective agenda, and you need to bring in transnational and national partnerships towards achieving these goals. And the institutional failures is rampant not only at the local level, but also at the global level in limiting climate change. And so implicit assumption in the SDG is also that the growth in global output is seen as necessary for providing the funds that will be needed for reducing our ecological footprint. Now, this last sentence actually needs some clarification. Now, remember, if you remember the first slide, remember I told you that the climate change risk and the extreme weather events are intertwined with biodiversity loss. Why? Because biodiversity loss can actually trigger the drivers of extreme weather events and climate change. Now, if you see, the implicit assumption of SDG is that you really cannot hurt the increase in economic growth. Why is that? Remember, the first agenda of the SDG goals, reduce extreme poverty, zero poverty. How can you achieve that? One dominant discourse is basically, if you increase global output, your poverty will come down. But then people argue that if you increase your output, then you are actually contributing towards more environmental damage and biodiversity loss. How do you counter that? Then the proponents of SDG actually argue that you can actually counter that by institutional innovations and technological change. How? You simply raise alpha. If you raise alpha, even if at the growing rate of NY, if you increase alpha, then the increase in numerator will be balanced by the increase in denominator, and then you will be able to achieve impact inequality. And why is this important? Because this is important because growth in output is actually necessary for providing the funds that would be needed for reducing our ecological footprint. All the research and the technological innovations would require fund, and this fund will be generated from the economic growth. And so herein comes the tension between the economic growth and the agenda of biodiversity conservation. And this is basically the underlying sustainable development paradox. So growth in global output would certainly increase the ecological footprint. So then the question is this a correct way of looking at the problem? We argue, one strand of argument is that you really cannot use the growth in global output to fund the improvement in technology. Why? In order to see that, one way is to factor in the depreciation of the natural capital in GDP calculations. If your unbridled growth results in more than proportionate disruption in biodiversity, then the national income account system should reflect actually negative growth. Okay. Challenges. What are the challenges in understanding this? So let me just clear this out. So how much time do I have? 15 minutes? Excuse me, how much time do I have?
Oh, sorry, I was speaking with my mic muted. What I was trying to say is you have time till 1 o'clock, but we would
Okay.
prefer if we can keep 5 minutes for the question answer session, at least 5 minutes for the question answer session.
Okay, so
Can we do
which
that?
means that I have roughly 12 minutes, right? So I'll
Yeah,
just
you have 12 minutes, but
okay.
you have time till 1 o'clock, which includes question answer session time.
Okay, so
plan.
I think what I'm going to do here is
Do
I'm going
7
to
minutes.
yes, I'm going to
Speak for
use the
7 more
last
minutes.
7 minutes.
Yes.
So okay. So the idea is that even if you say that economic growth is important to finance the technological innovations that are required to attain the SDG goals, one important pitfalls in this is if you destroy in the process of economic growth the thing that you are trying to conserve, that needs to be accounted for. And you can do that, and simple GDP calculations are not going to do that. Why? Because GDP calculations actually takes into account only economic progress. It does not take into account natural capital. Why is that? Doesn't people understand that natural capital is important for economic growth? Of course they do. But one major challenge is that while you can value the economic output, it is very difficult to value the natural capital. Why? Simply because you don't have market prices for them. What is the price for oxygen, clean oxygen? What is the price for photosynthesis, kind of ozone services that the environment delivers to you? You don't have any markets, you don't have any prices for them. I don't have the time to go into the intricate methodologies, but what we have actually done is basically what we do is we develop, by using economic methodologies, we develop accounting prices. What are these accounting prices? These accounting prices actually imposes or imputes value for this kind of natural capital, okay? And these accounting prices actually serves to value the natural capital that biodiversity embodies, okay? And when it values the natural capital, what biodiversity embodies, it actually results in one kind of index, which is called the inclusive wealth, which is nowadays promoted as a kind of biodiversity index for alongside GDP. So this is basically the wealth index, and this is PI is basically the accounting prices that we actually talk about, that we use to aggregate this natural capital. This is the third part of our talk that I have been talking about. Okay, I'll skip the most part of it and I'll just show you what it actually looks like. So this is a study which uses data from 1992 to 2014. And this plots the inclusive wealth index, okay? This is the inclusive wealth and this is the GDP per capita, okay? This is the GDP per capita. Now, when you look at this inclusive wealth and when you look at the GDP per capita, you see that by looking at the GDP per capita, it would be perhaps very wrong to judge the progress of the country. Because while GDP per capita is increasing, inclusive wealth per capita has roughly remained constant over a span of 30 years or so. Okay, so it has roughly remained constant, even though this the GDP per capita has been increasing. Even if you look at the natural capital per capita, you will see that there is in fact the same downward trend when we plot them alongside per capita income, physical capital per capita, and human capital per capita. So one important thing that we need to take into account is that when we measure economic progress or when we measure our progress towards our development goals, SDG goals, we really need to concentrate on inclusive wealth kind of index rather than GDP per capita. justifying them on the grounds that improvements in GDP per capita is important to necessary to sustain technological innovations that are actually necessary to sustain sustainable development goals. So this is the basic paradox of economic growth and meeting and attaining sustainable development goals. Okay. So now let's quickly go towards the headline messages. So what are the headline messages? The problem with biodiversity: nature is an asset, just as produced capital, roads, buildings, and factories, and human capital. It's a kind of asset, just as a produced capital. So that is why we call them our natural capital. Now, collectively, all the evidences that I have shown, we have failed to manage our global portfolio of assets sustainably. Current extinction rates, for example, are around 100 to 1,000 times higher than the baseline rate. Okay, so it undermines productivity, resilience, and adaptability. What are the reasons for this? Institutional failures and market failure are primary drivers of this. And of course, needless to say that we are consuming and growing, and our population is growing at a very, very unsustainable rate. Okay, so what are the way ahead? So ensure that our demands on nature do not exceed its supply. Remember the impact equality conditions that I'm talking about, and that we increase nature's supply relative to its current level. One, what are the messages that we got? Food production is the most significant driver of terrestrial biodiversity loss. And so we need to bring in technological innovations. A sustainable food production system can potentially reduce this impact. Okay. And we need to focus on technology that actually decarbonizes the energy system. Second, change our measure of economic success. Okay, do not rely on GDP as a measure of SDG. Why? Because GDP is needed for short-run macroeconomic analysis and management. But GDP typically does not account for the depreciation of assets. Okay, as our primary measure of economic success, if you concentrate more on GDP, it encourages you to push unsustainable economic growth and development. So what we need actually a measure like inclusive wealth, which provides a clear and coherent measure that corresponds directly with the well-being of our current and future generation. And so we need to introduce natural capital into national accounting systems. Okay. And the third is basically we need to make proactive measures to transform our institutions and systems and channel financial investments, target not only national and transnational institutions, but also encourage individual actions through environmental education, of which I believe this is one of the major important steps. And that's all. And so these are the major references. You can just, the economics of biodiversity, for example, Dashgupta review is one of the major references, which actually discusses some of these issues. And then there are Hill and so on. Okay, so that's all. I think
what we are doing about what we are doing in terms of reading material is from every expert, we are taking that slide and we are sharing it among participants. We have a special participant WhatsApp group. So what I will do, I will take a screenshot of this resource. And if you want, I'm not sure whether you want it, but do you want your PPTs to be shared among the participants?
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, perfectly okay.
So then I will do so in that group so that they can access all the main points from there.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting lecture, which helps us to rethink some of the assumptions we make about consumption and about, how to lead a comfortable life, what is comfortable life, and what impact are we leaving for the future generation. So thank you very much. And some of the sentences, is absolutely stuck in my mind. Like GDP is not a measure of SDG. So we always harp on the importance of a country achieving a high GDP, but what it is doing to our sustainable development goals, we rarely stop to ponder on that. So there are multiple questions that I have, but before I ask those questions myself, I would like to ask the participants, if you have questions, please raise your hand, or otherwise please write in the chat box where we can pick up the questions and ask Dr. Sarkel about it. Okay, so I will give you a little bit of time to write the questions. We have very little time left. Now, if I may, I will ask one or two questions. we do understand the importance of population growth and how the enormous demand made in the agricultural sector, which you have discussed in detail. Now, you are asking that we should try different other methods of agricultural production like precision farming, cellular agriculture, and it is important to free up land. Okay, but I live in a place where the urban rural continuum is very visible. I live in Noida, so the entire city of Noida has grown up on agricultural land. Okay, so you just drive 15 minutes from the city center and the agricultural lands are just there. My deepest concern is, like, even if we try all these new methods of farming for the sake of sustainability and free up agricultural land, are we actually meeting up SDG goals? Is there any way to prevent this freed up agricultural lands from growing into the hands of real estate? Because you know, Noida is a classic example of real estate bubbles where you just see croplands being freed up is going into the hands of this big real estate, giant real estate corporations. Okay, people do not inhabit these buildings; they're just standing there like ghost cities. Okay, so like this is so complex. Mathematically, we know what needs to be done. We free up, but then what do we do with those lands? My one question is this. My second question is, we know precision agriculture, cellular agriculture, that this would help us to overcome the challenges posed by chemicalized farming. Now, even if you look at the budget speech, we are talking in terms of zero cost farming. Actually, we are talking in terms of zero cost farming. But through this precision agriculture, cellular agriculture, do we ensure cost of production going down? Because farmers at this moment are so aggrieved over the debt cycle, over higher cost of production, about not getting subsidies from the government. So are we making farmers partners in these decisions? So those are my two very important questions that I have in my mind, and it is very much linked to my own research areas also. Thank you.
The straight answer to these questions is yes and no. Why yes? Because so far as the first question is concerned, the land grabbing problem, of course, it is an important problem. And that is why what I have not shown in the slides is basically to build in the economic valuation of these environmental resources in policy making. I was not able to show that. You see, one important aspect, so I'm talking from the perspective of an economist. So one important aspect, what drives this land conversion is that people say that, oh, I use real estate because I'm going to make much more higher profits than agriculture. Okay, so so the primary motive of people selling their land is that they discount the returns that they are going to get from their land in the near future. Okay, so what economic valuation does is actually convinces these people that when you factor in the contribution of your land to nature and the critical services of nature, the land is manifold. The contribution is manifold. The value of the land is manifold, much higher than what the real estate will promise. Okay, this is one aspect of economic valuation. Now the question is, even if he knows that this is the valuation of land, so what? Then what needs to be done is, one of the major innovations that are going out in some parts of Asia and also in Latin America is actually a kind of payment vehicle which is known as payment for ecosystem services. So whenever you have something which is valuable for ecosystem, you make institutional arrangements to pay the household for the kind of services his resources are delivering. It's a kind of rent, okay? It's a
Hmm.
kind of rent, just a kind of rent which a capital owner would have. So
Hmm.
because he owns a kind of natural capital, he should actually have command over that rent. Why is he not getting the rent? So there are twofold logic. Why is it not getting the rent? One, because the rent, the magnitude of this rent is unknown, because you cannot value the services that his land is providing. The second, the payment vehicle, how to arrange for that rent is not actually available within the government policy parlance. So this, the government has actually to work upon actually institutionally. For example, whenever you go to Victoria Memorial earlier, where these resources were free, for example, common property resource, if you used to fish in the river, that was free. Now you pay certain amount of fee. Why you pay a certain amount of fee? The logic is that you are extracting the rent from the nature surplus. If it is privately owned, then the rent should accrue to the private individual. That requires a lot of institutional reforms that we are actually now talking about. I don't have the time to talk about that, but there are a lot of case studies where you can actually do a lot of institutional reforms are going on in order to initiate this payment for ecosystem services. Okay, so this is the first one. So what was the second question?
The second one is about like
Agriculture, the
farmers'
cost of
involvement
agriculture.
in
Yeah,
all the new
again,
technological
again,
innovations.
in fact, this digital agriculture and cellular agriculture and precision farming, all of them I have mentioned in my slides also, they require huge adoption cost, huge
Yes.
adoption cost.
Yes.
And to the extent it is applicable for farmers like us who have a very low land holding or fragmented land holding is not very clear. I mean, again, it requires some kind of institutional reforms or government approach towards moderating this. The current government is trying to sort of open up a portal and giving up credit to the farmers. But the important thing is that even in the past, failures of having improved technology has failed. One of the major reasons is that because credit market is imperfect for these kind of farmers.
Yes.
So we really need to think about these kind of institutional issues from a development economics perspective. Okay, so yeah, I recognize the issue.
Yes. Okay, so thank you so much. I do not know with what mood we should depart from this session. At one hand, we do have solutions, but at the same time, we recognize the problems are so complicated and layered. Even in the morning session, we had Professor Satyajit Singh from University of California, Santa Barbara, and he was also talking about climate change and the impact it is having on agriculture and how to involve farmers. You brought in the questions of sustainable development, and none of these issues have easy solutions, and they are very expensive, and it is long drawn solutions that we are looking at. But I do hope that with this kind of discussions, we become more conscious, and someone or collectively, we will start slow processes of change. And once I will share your PPTs with our participants, and if they come up with any specific questions, I will share it with you. Maybe future discussions can follow around that.
Sure,
Thank you so much, Dr.
Okay,
Sharma.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Dear participants, with this, we come to the end of our second session.
So I'm leaving the meeting, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Please join back at 2:00 for our third session. And in the meantime, this is from 1 to 2:00 is our lunch break. Thank you so much for being here. पुनीत जी, पुनीत जी,
Yes, ma'am.
पुनीत जी, ये नेक्स्ट 2 सेशन ना डॉक्टर किरण एस अगवाने उनको को होस्ट कर दीजिए, वो कोऑर्डिनेट करेंगे कि डॉक्टर किरण ये वाला एस अगवाने। थैंक यू पुनीत जी।
A very good afternoon to everyone. Okay, so we have two post lunch sessions right now and these sessions will be conducted by two different speakers. So for this session we have with us Professor Dr. Swaran Singh, and he will speak on a topic: technologies of power that empowered nations over centuries and transformed nature of war. So, sir, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I hope you can see me and hear me.
Yes, sir. We can see you and we can also hear you, sir. So, sir, I am Dr. Kiran Agavani. I am teaching political science in MIT Institute of Social Sciences.
Mhm.
So, for our participants, let me introduce our distinguished speaker. Uh, Professor Dr. Swaran Singh is a distinguished scholar and professor of international politics, organization and disarmament at Center for International Politics, Organization and Disarmament, CPOD, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. With a PhD from JNU, Professor Swaran Singh is widely recognized for his expertise in international politics and disarmament. At this, as the chairperson of CPOD, he plays a crucial role in shaping research and academic programs in the field. Professor Singh's scholarly work encompasses a broad range of topics including regional security, arms control, and non-proliferation. He has made significant contributions to the understanding of international relations, particularly in the context of South Asia. His research and publications have garnered international acclaim, with his work appearing in prestigious academic journals and books. Professor Singh's insights and analysis on global security issues have influenced both academia and policy circles. In addition to his academic pursuits, Professor Swaran Singh actively engages in policy discussions and serves as a consultant and advisor to various governmental and non-governmental organizations. His expertise and recommendations contribute to shaping effective.
Kiran, I think that introduction may not be required because
Sure,
participants are
sir.
very smart these days, and participants can just find out who am I. And
Sure, sir.
a quick question that I may have for you.
Yes, sir.
Will I be seeing the participants? Can they switch on their videos? It feels that then I'm talking to them. Otherwise, I'll be only talking to screen, especially if you also switch off your video after introducing me. So participants, if you are able to hear me, I'll be more enthused, happy to see if I can see some of the participants, those who are able to, are in position to open their videos, should open their videos. Thank you so much. I think Krishna Bhaumik has opened her video. Thank you, Dr. Bhaumik. And likewise, if you see some people around, it makes sense that you're talking to a certain really bright people among your audience. So that means the others are not in position to switch on their videos. I will respect that privacy if they wish to claim that. I just noticed someone had tried to switch on video and I saw a fan on the roof. Okay, Kiran, so can I just begin? I think let's give them freedom if they want to treat it as an audio device.
Sure, sir.
Okay, so as you mentioned, I'm supposed to speak on technologies of power that empower nations and transform war or warfare. I think it's interesting that the very understanding of possessing technology symbolizes a certain amount of sense of power. Now, some of us, when we have very, very modern, expensive gadgets in our hands, that perhaps gives an aura of power, or what kind of vehicle one is using. Again, technology. gives a sense of power to the person who gets out of that vehicle. Likewise, countries, clans, communities, princes, empires throughout history have used technology, and that is our understanding, to exude or display or project at least the sense of power, if not the real power. So that means sometimes technology could be seen as synonymous with power in that sense. So my first effort, therefore, will be to spend the 10, 15, 20 minutes to help us understand what actually is and what is not technology, so that we have a good grip on what is and is not technology before we start moving on how that correlates itself to either sense or the real power, or what has it done to war, which in that sense is the ultimate projection of power, even among two individuals, actual fist fighting, or among old kings and kingdoms and modern nation states. Why it is that United States is called the superpower today? I think primarily the imagination is that it can go and fight wars anywhere around the world, and no one can defeat United States in war, is what makes the United States a superpower. So war in that sense is an ultimate display of crude power. Of course, we now talk of soft power, smart power also. I'll come to that later. But war also is a display and use of destructive power, which is legitimate, which is legitimized. In fact, soldiers get awarded the highest awards for killing enemy soldiers. So it's a very interesting way of looking at how technology lies behind all of this. And I was saying to use technology and switch on videos so that if any of you have any questions in middle of my speaking, please feel free. I mean, there is no protocol involved here. Idea is that you all have some takeaways from this 1.5 hour discussion with me. So if in middle of my speaking, you have something in your mind you want to raise, please, but you'll have to then switch on your video so that I can see you waving hand or saying something that you want me to stop and listen to you. So let's continue. But if you have any questions, please feel free to interject and intervene. Let's not make it very protocol kind of one-sided monologue that only I speak and others don't. So see, one of us has already switched off video now. And that is again use of technology that empowers us to make choices, whether you want to be seen or you do not want to be seen. It's entire power in your hand. Okay, let's go back to technology. Technology very often gets confused with so many things. We often say technology that does not look like magic is outdated. If technology doesn't give you a sense of magic happening, then that means it is no longer dated. It's outdated now. It's not the modern. So everybody is now trying to be on the frontiers of technologies, whether it is a automobile that you purchase, or it is a refrigerator you purchase at home, or you have a mobile phone in hand. You're not owning it with a sense of utility. You're also owning it with the sense of it creating magic. That is why you want to constantly buy new gadgets. So what we say is technology that does not look like magical is not advanced technology. It is outdated technology. But magic then also relates us to science, to religion, to art. They also create sense of magic. For example, art can be so mesmerizing that you could describe it as magical performance. So first thing we will do is try to see why technology is not science, technology is not art, technology is not religion, then what it is, then we will come to that. First of all, science and technology often get confused. We sometimes say, oh, these are, shall we say, wonders of science. When you look at some aircraft going or some hologram appearing in front of you, you think, wow, this is wonders of science. But that's not wonders of science, because we misunderstand. Science is fundamentally generation of new knowledge, new idea, and implementation of that new idea is technology. So therefore, all technologies have to be socially useful. That is why they have to be constantly updated to attract more and more people to accept and endorse new technologies. And any scientific idea that cannot be converted into technology over time will disappear, die, dissipate. So science will create new ideas which will become socially relevant and understood and applicable through technology. Science then uses technology to move forward. For example, you can have a whole lot of instruments today which you use to carry forward your scientific experiments. Though science is not technology, technology is not science. Science depends on technology, but science can stand alone. Even without technology, science can be there. So what is it that is technology and what is it that is science? Very often, for example, we also talk of art versus science. Now, art is always individualistic. You may enjoy a painting or a sculpture which your friend may not enjoy. It is individualistic in your understanding, in your aesthetic sensation. Art is always individualistic and often beauty oriented. It gives you sense of beauty, whether it is music, sculpture, or it is painting, gardening even. Compared to that, science, because it proves itself through technology, science becomes generic, becomes replicable, becomes systematic. Science experiment can be done in million schools and will create same results. Same experiment will create same results. But same classical raga sung by different proponents will give different music. So science is replicable, is generic, art is individualistic, and it's beauty oriented. Now, art also depends on technology. You are hearing these days that paintings are being made by computer software. Sculpting can also be done. You are hearing about 3D printers these days. So technology has an interface with both art and science, but it is still not either art or science. It is something else. And then what is it is we are trying to find out. Very often, easiest way to understand technology is to look at various mechanical objects, gadgets, shall we say, gadgets. But remember, technology is not gadgets. Technology is not those parts and pieces, plastic or iron or copper. So let me say, technology is not noun, it is adverb. Why? Because technology is the process that these gadgets are performing. When you put, let me give a simple example. If some of you are sitting in a classroom, for instance, same furniture can be reorganized from a classroom format into a round table conference. Same furniture can also be reorganized into a heap for a bonfire. So it is same pieces of furniture. Similarly, same pieces of your wristwatch. You can make a heap of all those pieces on top of your table. It is not watch. But when you configure them in a certain fashion and they start doing certain process, the process is technology and not the gadget. Gadget is a gadget. Let me use some of the great minds who have tried to define technology. For example, Franklin Ursula. He uses comparison with system. So he says technology is a system that represents more than the sum of its parts. Some of you may come from social sciences, from international relations. In social systems, in international system, we say same definition is given, that social system is something more than the total sum of all its parts put together. Because when they are put together in a certain configuration, in a democracy or in a dictatorship or in a federative unit or in a confederation or in a unitary system, how those units are calibrated result in different kinds of processes. Same is technology. How various parts and pieces are calibrated create a system that has bigger value, bigger potential than parts if they are all calculated together. So therefore, technology also influences social relationships, for example. And that is why we are discussing the idea of power. Power is a connotation of social relationships. If I live alone in a desert and I see no other living being or even tree or bushes, then there is no sense of power. Power has always sense in correlation to someone. My power over my students or my colleagues or one country's power over other country's power. Power is a social phenomenon, and technology intervenes in our understanding of power, our exertion of power, our utilization of power in that sense. Another scholar, Darren Barney, for example, he wrote a very famous book in University of Chicago, Prometheus Bayard. He believed that in 20th century, second half of 20th century, there was suddenly too much attention being given to technology. So he says there is no lack of attention as far as technology is concerned, but we are sleepwalking into technology. We have stopped questioning. For example, all of us are so used to whenever you download some new app, new software, you get a very long 3-page terms and conditions. We all scroll to the end and say, I agree. I can say my own example. I believe most of you do same thing. You never read those 20 pages of conditions. You just want to go down, say, I agree, and download an app. So we are simply sleepwalking. This is called technological somnambulism. We are sleepwalking into technology. And therefore, Darren Barney says, there is no lack of attention because we are all curious about new technologies, but we are completely blind and numb to understanding as to how that technology works. Even the owner's guide that you get when you buy a gadget tells you what it can do. It never tells you how it will do that. Okay, I assume most of you are from social sciences background, and we very often go back to Greek philosophers. We talk of etymology of how this expression came about. So let's go to that. Technology involves two Greek words, techne and logos. And techne means useful arts, and logos means speech. And put together, it means reasoned discourse. So when you click, for example, on a let's say, camera icon on your phone, it opens camera. Your mobile phone becomes a camera. So there is a reasonable expectation you have from the phone as to how it will behave, and it responds to you in a very reasoned way. It delivers you camera, it doesn't deliver you something else. So here, technology is a combination of what Greek philosophers believe, techne and logos, which is useful arts to produce reasoned discourse. And if you look at it in a little deeper fashion, then it involves an interface of what is natural and what is artificial. So your camera is looking at something which is natural, tree, human being, animals, flowers, And artificial is the camera in your hand. It's an interface between artificial and natural. It's an interface becoming. So technology is the bridge building that interface between plastic gadgets in my hand called mobile phone and the nature around me. So technology, therefore, because it is constant interface of artificial and natural, it is also a barometer then of human conditions. Technology of 16th century will tell you what kind of human conditions existed in 16th century. For example, when you dig out, when find out old historical sites, archaeologists go there and find all kinds of artifacts, what kind of pottery was being used, what kind of instruments were being used, what kind of weapons being used, what kind of jewelry was used. That tells us human conditions of that time, but it also tells us human ambitions of that time. So technology in that sense can be a very interesting barometer of interface between natural and artificial, and therefore can be a barometer to measure at any time in the evolution of human history conditions and ambitions that humans had. Aristotle, which is again a famous philosopher that all social sciences people keep using, also says a lot about technology. He believes techne, as in Greek times it is techne, he says, can happen only in good ethical and political environment. Because he says technology in that interface of artificial and natural is going to convert things that are natural into something that they will never grow on their own. Nature in its own unfolding process will not reach somewhere where interface with technology can move it. To give you again very simple, silly example, a tree, howsoever tall it grows, can never turn itself into table and chair. So to turn a tree into table and chair, you need interface of technology. So technology makes nature move in a direction in which it on its own will never move. That is the interface of artificial and natural. So therefore, technology for Aristotle means things that are made and things that are done. So he's highlighting again the artificial nature of technology, but he also highlights at the same time ethical environment. He highlights rational nature of technology. He also underlines productive capacity of technology. And in that sense, he believes technology can transform human conditions, including political conditions. For example, you're noticing now in last 30, 40 years, infusion of technology, particularly information technology, is transforming the nature of democracies around the world. Nature of democracies is getting influenced because of infusion of technology into everyday life. So one has to begin to appreciate that part. So here, let me quickly talk about three another scholars who give specific definitions. Martin Heidegger, you possibly have heard this name from German philosopher. He talks about technology is a process of unconcealing things or truths about nature that on their own will not unfold. So technology's intervention is required. He says technology also is a cognitive framework underlying a technology. Technology is all cognition. So in fact, over years, Langdon Winner says over centuries, technology has shed the physical part and become cognitive, increasingly cognitive. And when it has become increasingly cognitive, it has become far more integral to our social life and politics. Now, technology always, as it evolved, has also required energy. Energy is integral component and no technologies can work minus energy or power. Even the simple things like an axe or a javelin or a sword or, these are all technologies. They used human muscle as source of energy. After all, when you pull an arrow on a bow, you're using human power and then it ejects and pierces the object. So here, technology, as it has improved, it has also transformed energy. It is not the same energy which is being used. And therefore, energy also is an integral part of evolution of technology. Now let's talk of how has technology impacted war. The first great example of revolution in warfare is when you do horse riding, you put your foot into what is called stirrup. When you're doing horse riding, you put both your feet into something called stirrup. There was a stage in human evolution when that instrument called stirrup was discovered. And that transformed a horseman. Imagine sitting on a horse without those two stirrups to put your foot into. So horseman became a cavalryman. And because of the technology or discovery of stirrup, both hands of horseman, now cavalier, both hands were free now. So he could have all kinds of gadgets in his hand and hold the rein of the horse through teeth and use both his hands to do things. Now, the first largest empire is called Mongol Empire. Mongol Empire was the first largest empire that captured almost about 1/3 of entire planet. That empire was built on the discovery of stirrup. Mongol soldiers would put their feet into stirrup and had their hands free, and they could go around the world decimating society after society, subjugating them and building that large empire. That is the first revolution in warfare. That horses could take you thousands of kilometers away, because any obstruction that you faced on the way, you could deal with it better with both your hands free. So how a little small technology can transform global politics, if you want to look at it that way. And then, of course, let us quickly jump to Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution revolutionized so many things, everything. In fact, there is very little part of life that was not touched upon by Industrial Revolution. So whether it is factory system of soldiers and workers living in barracks, which means living away from families, men living alone, thousands of slaves were good. The whole human evolution until Industrial Revolution was built on the backs of slaves. Slavery becomes a bad institution only when you have machine slaves. So you now had machines that never get tired and can be replaced without any emotional attachment. You had people doing 24/7 work upon those machines in shifts. So workers had to live far away from the families into barracks. That led to standing armies, that led to banking system, that led to currency printing, all kinds of things. So industrial revolution is a big example of technology transforming everything around us. Let's focus on war, which is, as I said, is the most crudest and powerful example of technology creating power. Again, hundreds of examples one could go into, but let me focus completely on firepower. In war, there are so many things required. Training is required, clothes are required, all kinds of hierarchies to be built. You need barbers, you need cooks, you need all kinds of people. In fact, there's something called tooth to tail ratio. Each soldier fighting a war on the frontier is supported by a large number of other people. So sometimes each soldier fighting on the border has 45 people supporting him or her. So we will limit our discussion to firepower, because on the border, soldier shooting ammunitions is actual display of power that is supported by a whole range of other technologies. We will spend days and days if we start opening that kind of debate. Even within firepower, we will pick up examples which are kind of groundbreaking. So from 1850 to 1880, the firepower saw a revolution. The first great discovery in 1950 was something called mini rifle for the first time. Mini rifle was discovered for the first time in 1850. And that was super revolutionary, because that technology, for the first time in human history, created a distinction between weapons of war and weapons of hunting. See, humans were hunters and gatherers. From Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, wherever you go back in history. They were hunters and gatherers, two kinds. And all their weapons were same, even when fighting war between clans or going on hunting to feed your children. Discovery of mini rifle in 1850 for the first time made that distinction that mini rifle cannot be used for hunting, because it will destroy the animal. You can't eat that animal anymore, because it could fire several shots in one go. And therefore, for the first time, war had specialized category of weapons that were meant only for war, not for no other use. They had no other use, only for fighting wars. This mini rifle could shoot up to 1,000 meters, up to 1 kilometer. None of the earlier weapons could be used with that kind of distance. You had some cannons, which means metal, heavy iron balls, which you could throw using the catapult, maybe 200, 300 meters at maximum. And that iron ball will go and hit somebody or some wall, and will either break that wall or kill that human being. It will do nothing more. It is just like a huge cannonball, which you are throwing from here in middle of the coming army, and it will kill one or two soldiers upon which soldier it falls. Here, you had this rapid fire mini rifle, able to shoot up to 1 kilometer. Now that changes something we in war studies say, combat zone. Combat zone was now much larger. Opposite enemies had to stay really far from each other, because if they come within range of 1 kilometer, they could shoot each other. And then, of course, they could fire several shots per minute. Similarly, artillery, I was mentioning the catapult had resulted in artillery later, which was using the ballistic technology to use this. You're not throwing the ball with a catapult, but you're throwing that same iron ball using ballistic technology through that artillery that you have developed. That also was now at end of 18th century, at end of 19th century, we are talking of 1850s and 1880s. By 1880s, it had enough capacity to throw that iron ball using the cannon up to maximum 6 kilometers and 15 shells per minute. So if you are breaching a fort wall to enter that fort of a king, you could use that rapid fire of 6 kilometers distance throwing iron ball. Now the next big breakthrough in technology was to happen with the invention of fuse. You every day know about using fuse in your electricity at home. You know, there's a fuse that gets cocked off and you put on new fuse and electricity comes back. That fuse was to revolutionize 50 years of work of Alfred Nobel. You have heard, the Swedish scientist, the discoverer of dynamite. He had discovered dynamite in the same period. I'm talking of these two Maxim guns that arrived in 1885, and before that mini rifle that arrived in 1850. So we had handheld guns with capacity to fire 1 kilometer with very rapid fire. But in cannons also now, dynamite and combination of dynamite with fuse was to create a revolution. Why? Because now you were able to throw something that will go and blast when it lands at a place. It will not just hit the wall as an iron ball. It will not just hit a structure as a solid iron ball of 10 kilo or 5 kilo. That will go there and blast. Fuse and dynamite now were able to throw metal balls that will, when they land, they will explode as a bomb. Now that was again to create enormous revolution, and that is where this whole industrialization and industrial culture and whole lot of weapons were to be changed. Another major revolution was to happen again during that period, late 19th century, is work beginning on what we today call main battle tanks. Right from ancient times, we had heard of chariots, you know, Arjuna's chariot being drawn by Krishna in Mahabharata. So you had chariots, which were fast moving with the horses. Now, discovery of, they were initially called ironclads, because it was a kind of a moving box of iron with a belt around it. Some kind of ironclads were first used in Middle East in 1916, in part of that First World War. But most important use of these was in very famous battle of First World War called the Battle of Somme. 48 tanks or ironclads at that time were put into use as a surprise shock to the enemy. But of course, they were not very successful because how to maneuver them, some of them became dysfunctional, but that was another great revolution. But even that revolution, H.G. Wells, some of you have interest in literature would know H.G. Wells has done a lot of literature. He had already published a story in 1903 called Ironclads. And Leonardo da Vinci had actually painted ironclads way back in 1484, yes, 1484. And there was some ideas, some comparisons, some discussions, but advantage of creating main battle tanks, again, very revolutionary. Because it could go over barbed wires, you know, kante wali tar. It could go over barbed wire. It could go over mud. It could go into ice, cold. It could, some of you may have seen recently in Ukraine war videos of tanks going over cars in a road. So it could go over trenches, for example. Trenches were the traditional till 18th, 19th century. The main way of fighting war was siege strategy, which means you have soldiers in trenches, you have kind of circled a fort and you're denying them supplies and ultimately they have to surrender. This was a typical strategy. Now tanks were ironclads which could go over all these enemy lines also. So therefore, enemy had to now deal with a very new kind of technology. In fact, great people, great scholars of war fighting, great strategists like JFC Fuller or B.H. Littleheart from UK, Charles de Gaulle in France, Guderian in Germany, Tukhachevsky in Soviet Union, General Patton in United States, they were all great proponents of how tanks can transform advantage in war. And then, of course, great developments in tanks. And today we have three kinds of tanks, for example. We have light tanks. Light battle tanks are meant primarily for reconnaissance. They move fast forward and know about enemy lines and what is happening there. And then, of course, medium battle tanks are meant to attack armored carrier vehicles, cannons, soldiers, or their other assets, their settlements. And then you have heavy battle tanks. Heavy battle tanks are meant for anti-tank warfare, destroying other tanks. So in that sense, technology has moved enormously. Next major jump in technology was to take the technology to skies. Discovery of aircraft. A technology that could make you fly like a bird. And Giulio Douhet, a great war scholar from Italy, he believed that this was unwinnable technology. Any side that was able to use aircraft will be victorious for sure. He compared it to blockades that Navy used to put before that. See, Navy was discovered relatively earlier. So he believed that it's as successful as siege of 18th century or naval blockades of 19th century, that in 20th century, aircraft will be giving surprise to the enemy. Of course, we know that even they have had limitations of all kinds. So fundamentally, what we are saying is that firepower has constantly been refined, made more destructive, but also found a whole lot of surprising new avenues of building and operationalizing destructive power over centuries, and how Industrial Revolution constantly transformed the destructive capacity and created new technologies, techniques. टेक्नोलॉजी को हिंदी में शायद तकनीक कहते हैं और अंग्रेजी में भी एक शब्द है टेक्निक. So technique can be an easy way to understand technology. Technology is actually a technique of doing things, how your phone does what it does. But let's go back to focus on firepower. So let us make some comparisons. The first major destructive war became possible because till French Revolution, all wars in human history were fought for specific reasons, either over a piece of territory or over, for example, some prince stole some neighboring king's princess, any question, anything, but they were very defined, clear reasons. Okay, this is what I want, and therefore I will launch a war. French Revolution created a whole new genre of war, where war was now being fought for ideas, liberty, equality, fraternity. For the first time, war was being fought not because you wanted to marry neighboring king's princess, or you wanted to take away his coal mines, or you wanted to take away some other part, or some 100 animals or something, but for ideas. So for the first time, Napoleonic French Revolution had created a situation where whole country would stand up for fighting a war. Before that, only king and his mercenaries, 16, 17, 18, until Industrial Revolution, when Industrial Revolution makes standing armies possible. Before that, there are no standing armies, there are only mercenaries. So you have your money lenders, you have your zamidars, you have your all kinds of straps who will promise to give you 500 soldiers, 600 soldiers, 200 soldiers whenever the need arises. So they were mercenary armies, and that is why they were not interested in too much destruction. They were interested in siege. Let's just put a siege around the fort, and after 6 months, fort will surrender and very few people will be killed. But in post-industrial revolution, so much of firepower, so much of new technologies were possible to be used. So here is a combination of French Revolution creating a new kind of war where entire nation is willing to participate because it is a war for ideas. It's not a war for the king or his son or his daughter, where only those who are paid or mercenaries will fight. Now entire nation will fight because it's a war for ideas. And now Industrial Revolution made it possible that you could actually equip the entire nation with weapons. You could produce enough weapons. So let me come to examples of how technology can transform things. The biggest highlight of Napoleon's 1812 campaign against Russia, all of you remember the Treaty of Westphalia? After that, next big change came in Treaty of Vienna, when Consort of Nations was built post that. And in that campaign against Russia, there is a specific battle called Battle of Borodino. Any of you, if you have read the famous epic War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, it is about that war. It is about that Battle of Borodino. In the course of this war against the Russians, Napoleon's armies had used 40 tons of what today we call TNT, trinitrotoluene. Firepower, destructive firepower is measured in TNT. You may have heard this word TNT. So in that most destructive war, where I just shared with you, entire nation was willing to fight, including the most destructive battle in that war called Battle of Borodino, which made Leo Tolstoy write a 1,000-page epical book called War and Peace. 40 tons of TNT was used as explosives. Now, this is pre-industrial revolution. Now move to post-industrial revolution, when you have things like railways. Railways made it possible to take heavy equipment very quickly from one part of the country to another part of the country. Take large number of soldiers from one part of the country to another part of the country. So remember, 40 tons of TNT was used in 1812. Come forward 100 years into 1916. In First World War, the most destructive battle is called the Somme Offensive. The Somme Offensive continued for 3 weeks. Remember, 40 tons? In Somme Offensive, British used 50,000 TNT of destructive power. 40 tons to now post-industrial revolution, 50,000 TNT destructive power used in one Somme offensive. Now jump to next level, where industrial revolution is to be replaced by what is called nuclear revolution. Nuclear technology has given us something completely different. I can explain if you have interest in what is that technology and how it works. 2 atomic bombs, they were not even called nuclear bombs at that time. I will explain that why, what is atomic and nuclear. 2 atomic weapons were used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Now here, the world realized that it was not only jump in quantity of destruction, it was also a jump into a whole new era of qualitative change in destruction. But if we restrict our understanding to even quantities, then interestingly, the ratio of the size and weight of the bomb and the yield that it produced. Weight to yield ratio was revolutionized. How? A 10,000 pound size weight of that fat man, which was dropped on Japan, the yield was worth 40 million tons of TNT. One weapon. 10,000 pounds of bomb was dropped and it had yield of 40 million tons of TNT. So you understand, we are talking of enormity, but other than enormity, we are also talking of something more interesting, which is qualitative. What is that qualitative? We'll come to that. First, atomic and nuclear. In 1952, there was another thermonuclear weapon. It was called MIG test. So you had nuclear test and then you had thermonuclear test. So atomic weapon, nuclear weapon, thermonuclear weapon. Now with this kind of discovery of change, it was not possible to measure destructive power of such weapons in tons of TNT. So they were now being measured in million. You remember I said 10,000 pounds weapon produced 40 million worth of destructive power. Those weapons dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki are called peanuts compared to what we have today. They are silly small weapons compared to the kind of weapons today countries have. So today TNT is measured in megatonnage. We talk of 5 megaton, 10 megaton, 100 megaton, 200 megaton, million tons. We don't measure in tons, we now measure in million tons. And mass to yield expansion is one revolution, but another revolution is ionizing radiation. None of the, first we were simply throwing iron balls, hard ball. Then that turned into a blast, that you drop a bomb which will blast itself on wherever it lands. Now we are talking of blasts of megatonnage, million tons. But apart from that million tonnage, we are also talking of ionizing radiation. I'll mention that, how that. But let me first say, in the total TNT, which is destructive power, this most dangerous ionizing radiation or thermal radiation, shall we call it, takes away certain part of. Dr. Indu Jain is saying to everyone, please send the link. I don't know, link to what she means.
Sir, that's a different link that is for attendance purpose, sir.
Oh, for the next, till what time I'm supposed to speak?
3:30, sir.
Okay. So this is not time for the next person. I'm not eating into somebody's time. Okay, so 3:30. And I think you had said I should give 10-15 minutes for people to say something.
Yes, sir. If participants have any questions, they can ask their question in chat box, and then you can read their questions.
So I don't think anyone is asking anything. They are all sleeping. Okay. So let me continue my monologue. So when we use,
Sir, we are not clicking, sir. We are listening to you.
I see no one on my screen, and for me everybody
No,
is black.
we have switched off our video, but we are very much listening to you, sir.
I can hear one of the 20 or 38 people here, 35 people here. One of the 35 said she's not sleeping. I think it was definitely Fatima possibly said that.
So
Nice
we are
to see.
all listening, sir. So we don't want to disturb. Yes, sir.
Okay,
We
good
are
to
there.
see.
You're
Good to see
mesmerized.
one more person. Because nobody said anything so far. I'm continuing with my monologue. You know, I am an old teacher. I could go on speaking. Anyway, so if anybody had any questions, I had said you could intervene in the middle. Otherwise, I will keep going and speaking. So we are talking of enormous expansion of destructive power, in which now we have a new element called ionizing radiation. Now, in typical weapon of, let us say, 100 kiloton weapon, Thermal radiation, which is the heat, which is fire, which you use every day. When you light a candle, it is fire. I'm talking of that fire. In a 100 kiloton weapon, about 35% of its energy is to be utilized by that firepower, the way we understand it. And about 60% of that will be used by blast wave. To give you a simple example, sometime you notice that when an explosion takes place, then objects get thrown away. Like if technically, let us say I'm standing 10 feet to where a huge blast takes place, I will be thrown, my body will be thrown far away, right? Now, why that happens? Because there is a release of pressure. It's like tire burst. Blast has three effects. It creates heat, which is fire, and blast creates that enormous pressure of air pressure, and it throws things away. So in nuclear weapon, if you have 100 kiloton weapon, 35% of that energy is creating fire, 60% of its energy is creating that blast wave, which is throwing things away. And then that leaves only 5% of its energy, which is to be utilized as ionizing radiation. The interesting part is that the first feeling that anyone gets, whether you're 10 feet away from the blast or 200 kilometers away from the blast, the first sensation will be that of the blast wave. Things will shake. That means it will destroy things. That blast wave will destroy things, anything that is near it. Trees will fall, buildings will fall, human beings will fall. Then the second element of burning, fire. And fire will be far more effective because it is attacking now things that are fallen. It's not a green tree, it is now fallen dead tree which is being burned. And then ionizing radiation, it may be 5% part of the energy of atomic weapon, but it is impacting on things that are burned, fallen, and completely vulnerable. And therefore, ionizing radiation is going to have much greater impact than anyone can imagine. To give you simple examples, if you're using 1 megaton, these are called tactical nuclear weapons, small nuclear weapons. As I said, we talk of megatonnage. But let me begin with 1 megaton weapon. If you have an explosion of 1 megaton weapon, then 6 square miles around that epicenter, all wooden structure will go flat. 4 square miles from the epicenter, all brick structures will lie flat. And 3 square kilometers from that epicenter, all sturdier structures like your flyovers will also fall. I'm talking of 1 megaton. Now move to 10 megaton. 14 square miles from the epicenter, all wooden structures will just be burned, disappear. About 12 square miles from the epicenter, all the brick structures will fall, and about 9 kilometers, all the sturdy flyover kind of structures will also fall. So imagine we are today talking of 100 megaton, 200 megaton. What kind of destruction? That is why sometimes studies are made. If this kind of weapon is dropped in Mumbai, how many people will be killed, etc., etc. So it's enormous impact that it clearly has. So if we have only clear understanding from the past, then a atomic attack would create what we have known, firestorms. So atomic attack can create firestorms is well known in history, because during Second World War this was happening. So whenever a firestorm happens at end of a blast, which has already incapacitated everything that is around us in terms of support systems, first thing that it does is it eats up all the oxygen, because fire eats away all the oxygen. That is why in buildings, for example, when there's a fire, people mostly die because of smoke and lack of oxygen. And therefore, the first advice given in a fire in a building is lie on the floor and kind of drag yourself on the floor and don't stand up, because you stand up and you are middle of smoke and you have no oxygen. So it eats away all the oxygen, and when it heats up the air, this is typical how the storms take place in everyday life, how wind blows in your city. When suddenly a hot air goes up in the sky, the fresh air gushes in. So fresh air brings more oxygen, and that oxygen gets further eaten by the fire. So fire constantly grows bigger and bigger. And to give you one simple example, during Second World War, there is a case of Hamburg, city of Germany, where firestorms had generated temperatures reaching 1400 Fahrenheit on the ground. That kind of, and the smoke could reach as high as 40,000 feet in the sky, and flames could reach up to 15,000 feet in the sky. So in that sense, if you compare it with nuclear weapons, it's going to be very different kind of destructive power. But now, nuclear weapons are perhaps no longer the most exciting part of our debate. The latest debate you're hearing nowadays is of artificial intelligence. You're hearing of machine learning. You're hearing of ChatGPT, where automation is the buzzword. Automation is the new technology. So you have, for example, Siri on your phone, or Alexa, or Hello MG, if you buy an MG car. These are your technology assistants. They behave like humans. They're listening to you constantly. It's like, if I was to give an example of Dr. Kiran sitting in front of me, he's peacefully listening. But supposing I say, hello, Kiran, then he will say, yes, I'm listening. Likewise, your Alexa says, yes, I'm listening. But that does not mean it is not listening when you have not called it. Like Kiran is listening to me, but he's not responded to me because I didn't say, hello, Kiran. So Alexa, Siri, all your gadgets are constantly listening to you and are knowing you much more than maybe some other people who you think are very close friends of yours know you. And why I'm giving this example is because automotion is moving into war fighting also. There are weapons where interception of targets and killing of targets is almost automatic. Drones are a good example of it. You are sitting and sipping coffee somewhere in California or outskirts of California, and you're killing people in Afghanistan using drones. And drones over a period of time are increasingly becoming automated. They do a lot of functions by themselves. And to give you your example, for example, you buy your own air ticket, you check in yourself, you print your own boarding pass, and then you go and put that barcode on top of a machine and you enter the airport inside and you go into the aircraft. You actually need not talk to any other human being other than yourself, because technology is allowing you to use that automation to do everything yourself. So technologies of all kinds are becoming increasingly automated is something that is raising a lot of ethical questions, whether the ultimate decisions of pressing the button or pulling the trigger should lie with the human being, or should that be outsourced. In some ways, technology is also promising, because you're not killing your soldiers, you're sending your drones and drones are getting killed. But in that sense, war itself is changing. What is meant by war? For example, we today talk of trade wars, we talk of psychological wars, we talk of all kinds of new wars, cyber wars, where you're simply making the other countries' cyberspace dysfunctional. You're hacking into somebody's system and making it do things that it is not expected to do. So is that a war? Is that not a war? So fundamentally, every new day for us is bringing enormous new challenge. And therefore, you notice now recently, 1,000 scientists around the world have written a letter to Joe Biden, President of the United States, to regulate ChatGPT. ChatGPT 5 level is supposed to be so dangerous that they want that it to be pegged at ChatGPT 4 and not allow ChatGPT 5 to be in public domain, accessible to everybody. So we are moving in a very, very unusual unfolding of technologies, which are perhaps becoming more powerful than humans are. Then there's a question how it impacts ethics, not just war. But fundamentally, all technologies so far continue to have a very close relationship to sense of empowerment or sense of power. And I think let me also stop here and give some people chance to raise some questions. I think in text somebody has written something there. Attendance form, okay, that's something else. So anyway, I think I should not go endlessly talking, and let me ask some people if they want to add anything or ask me something, and I better respond to those issues rather than continue with my monologue. I have spoken for more than an hour plus. Yes, I can see Dr. Ghosh.
Yes, sir. I'm Malika Basugosh from Kalna College. I am hearing you for the third time, sir, because previously you was in Kolkata. You have been invited by the Kolkata Society for Asian Studies. And
I hope I was not saying the same thing again.
No, sir, no, not at all. Sir, though I am from the discipline of history, but we actually have paper which is called the Making of the Contemporary World. And there we actually teach international relations. So there are some history and international relations is related, I think, with history and political science. So, sir, today's your lecture was very fascinating for me. I was just engrossed in your lecture to hear about how power is, the technologies of power being, yes. And actually, sir, this part of thing comes under our military history, specialized, whoever is doing military history. There is also a part where these sort of things are taught, and people are also specializing in military history, the war strategies, war strategies from ancient times, ancient, medieval, modern, and then the postmodern phase also. So I find some similarity with this, with military history, yes, when I hear about the technologies being used to empower nations. And also, sir, yes, sir. And also, I teach Cold War, but that is similar, that is not so far as weapons are concerned, but rather it is an ideological war or a power rivalry, you can say. Yes. So, sir, it was really fascinating to hear you again today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghosh. Where do you teach in Calcutta, you said?
Sir, I teach not in Calcutta, but in Kalna College. It is about 2.5 hours journey from Calcutta to East Burdwan.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. Definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Sabiha Patma. Sir, I am a teacher of business administration, not much connected with history, but still it's something that interests me. Sir, somewhere somebody has said that I don't know about the third war, but the fourth will be fought with sticks and stones. I think Einstein has said this. That's how far I know. What do you think? What he must be referring to when he said that? I mean, visit about
Yes.
that. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Fatma.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting question. This formulation that you said, actually Einstein had said this himself,
Uh,
that he's not sure of how
Third
the
war.
Third World War would be fought, but fourth will be definitely fought with the stones and sticks.
Yes.
The idea was that at the peak of the Cold War that Dr. Ghosh was just mentioning, Soviet Union and United States had collected something like 70,000 nuclear warheads. And there was this sense of what was called nuclear overkill. That means you could destroy planet Earth not once, but many times. They had so many weapons. And in that sense, the idea was that the war between these two superpowers, as they were called, will result in what was called Armageddon, leading to human extinction. So only people who will survive perhaps will be those living on some faraway tiny islands which are absolutely far away from civilization. And they will restart human evolution in that sense. This was the imagination. Of course, we have more or less survived. We have not had a nuclear war so far. In fact, now we are not even talking of nuclear war so much. We are talking of climate change, for example, as a bigger problem.
Exactly, sir. Exactly. That
So
is also
the focus has changed. But war also has transformed itself. See, originally, since for about last 350 years, we live in what is called system of nation states. Nation states are sovereign and they can decide how to live within their territorial boundaries. Nobody can pressurize them out from outside, at least legally speaking. And in that system of international relations, the understanding of war was very specific, that it has to be authorized and sanctioned activity of inflicting violence by organized armed forces of a state upon another state. If me and my neighbor are fighting, that's not war. If student union of my university is fighting against, teachers union, that's not war. Even riots, for example, that happen, inter-community riots, then they're not war. So war had a very clear understanding of being a very useful institution. In fact, I sometimes start my lecture saying, thanks to institution of war that we are so civilized. Because war only made it possible to enslave people in ancient times. And it is only when humans had slaves that they for the first time had something called leisure. Otherwise, you were always either running away from death or you were kind of hunting or you were gathering food. The sense of leisure arrives with slavery. And slavery is a result of war. And then when you had leisure, you could think of poetry, music, art, sculpture, all good things, because somebody else is slogging for you. And then, of course, we had machine slaves, which we continue to use now. So in that sense, war had a very limited understanding, except that later, when you had decolonization in middle of 20th century, then a lot of national liberation movements came about, civil wars came about. Then the definition of war changed to say, use by a nation state, authorized use by a nation state of armed forces to inflict violence, where at least one party will be state party. The other party could be civil war, could be insurgents, could be terrorists, could be anything. That is why global war on terrorism became a possibility. So at least one state definitely was to be involved. But now a lot of things are happening where you don't know who's doing what. See, in cyberspace, in cyber war, you cannot identify kaun kya kar raha hai. These are called lone wolf warriors. Someone sitting alone with his set of computers and gadgets and everything is hacking into something and destroying something, switching off the electricity grid of Mumbai for 2 days, for example. I'm just throwing an example.
Yeah.
Now, is that war? Is that not war? There's a psychological war, there is a power projection, there is a trade war. So war itself is now confused.
the data leak. that is in news, COVID
Data
data
leak,
leak,
for
that-
example. Yes,
that-
data leak, whether it is Snowden or it is from COVID that is in news these days. So the war itself has got completely fluid discourse. There's no clear understanding of what is war. So then if we have no clear understanding of what is war, then that old dictum that you mentioned that the fourth war will happen with sticks and stones also stands confused, because we don't know whether this will be war or this will not be war. So not only the instruments of war are in confusion, but the institution of war also is in confusion, is what I'm trying to.
what is war and what is
yeah.
not war.
Exactly. So that also is in confusion in that sense. We
Thank you.
still have, I think, some 12 minutes or 15 minutes. Somebody perhaps is writing something. Attendance? No, this is about attendance. Attendance is more important. So please, everybody attend to what
Before,
this
so
request
before
is.
that, there is a question, sir. There is a question.
Okay, so somebody can read that question, or can I read that myself? Yep, somebody has a question.
So
from
this is, it is written.
Sai Kumar, Dr.
Yes,
Sai Kumar
yeah.
Rudra.
Yeah.
Okay, I ventured to know from you, sir, the changing nature of wars, it is time for military to change into future force while taking note of the rapid changing. Yes, indeed, I agree. I think if he's saying that armed forces need to change, yes, armed forces need to change. But it is also important that they should continue to do what they were doing earlier. It's not like they can stop doing what they were doing and they can move to new roles. They have to be ready to deal with what is called a spectrum of threat perceptions. There is not only one kind of threat perception that nations have. There's a whole spectrum of state actors, non-state actors, all kinds of non-traditional security, traditional security. So yes, armed forces, indeed, if you were reading newspapers, the Home Minister recently was addressing some paramilitary forces and asked them to put full focus on using drone technologies. So in that sense, whether it is police force, paramilitary force, or armed forces, they all have to constantly develop grip on new technologies. Just like you and me also need to be aware of new technologies that are useful for our profession or what we do. Like we are using Zoom today. 5 years ago, we were not using Zoom. If you look back 5 years, nobody was using Zoom. Now everybody is using Zoom and everybody is comfortable using Zoom. Same is true of armed forces. Armed forces will, yes, have to. I can see Dr. Sai Kumar on my screen now. Good to see you. Good to see you. And thank you for your question. So definitely I agree with you that armed forces, their task is constantly expanding. They have to continue to cater to what were older traditional threats and get ready to what is now called non-traditional threats also. So you and me are in agreement. Yeah.
Yes.
So there are we still have some 10 minutes or so.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We feel very proud to talk to you, sir. We are very proud, sir. We see you in Indian History Congress. We see you in Indian History International Conferences, sir. We are very proud to see you, sir. I'm very fortunate to see you today, sir. My pranamams at your feet, sir. My pranamams at your feet.
No. We are all on feet of the Lord.
Yes, sir.
You're being unusually nice to me.
A great venture to speak to you. Such a great, renowned, extraordinary scholar. Please give me a chance, sir. I'll come and meet you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll pay my respects. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Let us see if anybody else has some ideas.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, if you allow me.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So I have just two quick comments from you, if you can share. So first is about not directly related to your talk, but just curiosity that if you see the Gandhian idea about technology and how he pursued technology. So what is your point of view about his formulation or his idea about technology? And second is about this new idea of private military, that privatization has somewhere this is my opinion, that's how privatization is encroaching into the state's control on certain functions. So what is your opinion on that? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kiran, for asking that question, because it will help me clarify something that I've been talking of. Now, some of you are reading about Wagner, the new private security company group in Russia, which is fighting
Yes.
along with Russia.
Yeah.
And there are disjunction between armed forces and the Wagner group, and tensions between them sometimes. That helps me further clarify what I was saying. The very institution of war is changing. Now, this idea of private security companies is at least 25-year-old idea. And private security companies to me look little like 18th and 19th century mercenary armies who were interested in not getting killed and not killing others, but in winning a war without much destruction. So siege was the strategy, as I mentioned to you, because these mercenaries were making money. So anywhere where you make money, you want to continue that activity. You don't want to put a quick end to that company. You want to win a quick war, then your salary is no more. So private security companies in that sense are also profit-driven participants in that war. They make money by fighting a war. So my assumption would be then it is not in their interest to see an early end of a war. Right? From 1991, when the first Gulf War, when Iraq had taken over Kuwait and United States launched a Consort of the Willing, Desert Storm operation, they introduced huge amounts of private security company personnel into that. Then in second Gulf War from 2003, at peak of second Gulf War, there were more private security companies personnel on the ground than armed forces soldiers of United States. They had at one point in time crossed 100,000, 1 lakh se upar, more than 100,000, and many of them were even given combat roles. They were normally given auxiliary supportive roles, but they were even given combat roles. Now, when state soldier fights a war for the nation, for example, Indian soldier fights a war with any country, China or Pakistan, he's not fighting it for salary, he's fighting it for national honor, national flag, national anthem, the very sense of nationhood or patriotism. His approach to war is completely different than of private security company. Now, therefore, whether war gets impacted by induction of private security companies was a big question. Now, when we moved into Ukraine war, something more interesting happened. Private security companies already were disturbing the institution of war. Now we had a new expression called volunteers. Ukraine gave an open call to people around the world that anyone can come as a volunteer to fight along with Ukrainian soldiers, and they will be given citizenship. Russia also made the same offer. So now these so-called volunteers, at least private security companies, were registered companies in some country. You could have their postal address, you could take them to court, you could punish them, you could put them in jail, their bosses, if something wrong happens. Now you have 10,000 plus on both sides, as I know from reports, volunteers who we don't know who they are, whether they are veterans, sharpshooters, CIA or terrorists or volunteers or crazy young men. We don't know who they are. But they could go fight along with either Russian side or Ukrainian side and could be awarded with citizenship. Now, what that kind of infusion do to social fabric of these societies? For example, when Syrian refugees go to Germany, you hear reports about certain things. So infusion of strangers into a social fabric will have impact. And it will again have impact on war itself as well. So private security companies remains a big question. The unrecognized, outlawed, illegal private security companies are young child soldiers. So some of the insurgents employ young soldiers, girl child, child soldiers. So these are a whole kind of new actors which are becoming part and parcel of war fighting and are changing the nature of war and in the way war is conducted. Second, very quickly, I think we have 3-4 minutes left now. Gandhi's approach to technology. Thank you for asking that question. I'm someone who takes interest in Gandhi. I'm very fond of Gandhi. I did a book on Gandhi in 2021. It's published by Singapore World Scientific. Gandhi's view on technology was to use technology. You remember, my example was stir-ups that created Mongol Empire, the biggest empire of humankind for the first time. So Gandhi's focus was to use technologies where man remains the master. Don't create monstrous technologies, Gandhi wanted. Gandhi wanted to use technologies where man remains the boss. So that was one element. Second element was that if man remains in command of technology, we will be creating many more innovative but simplistic technologies. Not complex and gigantic, but innovative and yet small and simple technologies, which would make it possible for everyone to use it. You don't have to be scientists to use a technology. I mean, you have to be very qualified pilot to use an aircraft to fly it. Now, that needs a whole lot of rigorous training. And Gandhiji wanted technologies that could be simple but innovative and used by everyone who wanted to use the technology to improve life. So Sarvodaya being his focus, he wanted to make sure that everyone grows together and those simple, innovative technologies are used by entire humankind. And everybody rises together, everybody becomes empowered together, developed together, prosperous together, rather than capitalism approach where few people become super masters, like masters of the world kind of, of the universe kind of situation. So Gandhi's approach to technology was not a denunciation of technology. Gandhi was very much for technology, but he wanted a certain kind of technology which he clearly related to sustainability, something that you will be able to sustain. The path that we have followed in building monstrous technologies is what is creating climate change problem for us, is creating pollution problem for us, environmental degradation problem for us, loss of biodiversity for us. Now, Gandhi somehow was very awake and aware of that danger. And therefore, Gandhi wanted technology to be constantly unfolding new innovative ideas into practice, but simpler technologies where more people can use it and don't create monsters which will destroy your nature, destroy your social values, destroy so many things that we really value in human life. So I think it's a very good discourse to follow. I'll be happy to, in future, maybe speak on the full lecture on Gandhi and technology. That is a very fascinating connect. So according to me, I think we are just a minute away now, and I give back to you, and I don't know how you want to close it, and maybe there's a next speaker to come.
Thank you, sir. So if there is any question from any person, any quick question, otherwise we can close this session.
Okay, so I think we are done. So thank you very much. I hope all of you 37 participants were listening to me, and I was thinking that you will have some feedback for me, but I'm sure some of you spoke to me.
Sir,
Best wishes to all of you.
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, sir, are you?
Yes, Dr. Fatma.
Sir, are you interested in poetry or something?
So I can't hear you.
Sir, are you interested in poetry?
पोइट्री किसको पसंद नहीं भाई, मैं लिखता नहीं हूँ पर सुनता जरूर हूँ।
सर मैंने कुछ लिखा है वॉर पर, अगर आप मुझे इजाजत दें तो।
ये इजाजत तो किरण देंगे क्योंकि अभी
जी,
सेशन के इंचार्ज हुआ है।
Yes, sir. Kiran sir, can I?
Sure,
May
sure.
I? Okay. Not
जी
take, not more, it will not take more than 2 minutes.
जी
Okay. Sir, it goes like this. Dear Vladimir Putin, बम गिरा, एक बड़ी सी बिल्डिंग पलक झपकते मलबा बन गई और उस मलबे में दब गईं किलकारियां नन्हे बच्चे की, जो खिलखिला कर हंसता था जब उसकी मां नहलाती थी। उस मलबे में दब गई नन्ही बच्ची की गुड़िया, जिसकी आंखें नीली थीं, जिसे सीने से लगाए वो मासूम सो जाती थी। उस मलबे में दब गए सारे बर्तन, वो केतली जिसमें सुबह की चाय बनती, वो देगची जिसमें वो सालन पकाती थी। उस मलबे में दब गए स्कूली बच्चों के बस्ते, और उन बस्तों में वो प्यारी किताबें जिनकी कहानियां टीचर सुनाती थी। उस मलबे में दब गए अनगिनत ख्वाब, उम्मीदें, बचपन, जवानी। उस मलबे पर तुम अपनी जीत का परचम लहराना, उस मलबे से तुम खुद को और अपने मुल्क को अजीम तर बनाना। थैंक यू सर।
क्या बात है, बहुत ही खूबसूरत आपने कविता पढ़ी है।
थैंक यू
और मुझे लगता है कि लेक्चर के से ज्यादा ये कविता पढ़नी चाहिए थी।
नहीं सर, ऐसा बस आप रोज रोज मौका नहीं मिलेगा आपसे बात करने का, तो मैंने कहा बस इसको ग्रैब करके आपको सुना दूं।
नहीं नहीं, बहुत खूबसूरत आपने लिखा
थैंक
है
यू।
और लिखती रहें, भगवान करे आप छापें भी ताकि और भी लोग पढ़ सकें, सुन सकें।
इंशाल्लाह मैं छापने की सर कोशिश करूँ। थैंक यू सर।
Thank
शुक्रिया,
you.
थैंक यू।
So, thank you
तो
very much,
किरण,
sir.
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
So, we can close this session. Thank you, sir.
चलिए, बाय।
Thank you. So, all participants can take 15 minutes break. We will start our next session at 3:45. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
So, ma'am, I am Dr. Kiran. I am teaching political science in Amity Institute of Social Sciences. So, so for this session, I am the moderator. So, we have a last session today, and this session will be on a topic sustainability and G20, and we have our speaker with us, Dr. Swati Thakur. She will speak on this topic. So, welcome you, ma'am, to this session.
Very much.
So, before beginning our session, let me take this opportunity to introduce our speaker to our participant. So, Dr. Swati Thakur is Associate Professor at Dayal Singh College, Delhi University. With a strong academic background and expertise in her field, Dr. Swati Thakur plays a significant role in the department of her college. As an associate professor, she brings valuable knowledge and experience to the classroom, guiding and inspiring students in their academic pursuits. Dr. Thakur's dedication to teaching is evident in her commitment to providing quality education and fostering a dynamic learning environment. Her expertise in her subject area enables her to impart comprehensive knowledge to her students, helping them develop a deeper understanding of the subject matter. Alongside her teaching responsibilities, Dr. Swati Thakur actively engages in research activities, contributing to the academic discourse in her field. So, welcome, ma'am, to the session, and we can start the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to be part of this very important endeavor. Under the shadow of national education policy, I think the cross collaboration of different subjects under the domain of social sciences gives a very important thrust towards a holistic understanding of issues. So, and with this refresher course, definitely all the participants who are here would be enriched with all the insights from different perspectives called different domains of the subject, and can create a holistic understanding for the issue. Sir, I would like to share my screen, so I'm just proceeding for that. We'll just check it once.
Sure, ma'am.
I hope my slide is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, just
So,
one thing. If you don't have any problem, we can continue this session till 4:50 or 4:55.
fine.
Yeah.
I'll try
Yeah.
to wind up. Actually,
Thank you.
this is the advantage and disadvantage, both being the last speaker. So definitely advantage because the audience is well versed with the entire topic, so I don't have to just go on doing that. And disadvantage that definitely everybody is exhausted. So let me proceed. So today I'm going to talk with on a very vital issue, that is sustainability and G20. Whenever we undergo different trends in understanding the important subjects associated with social sciences, we have to kind of culminate all in together and understand in the perspective of sustainability. Because anything what we do, anything where we have excelled in sciences, or anything whatever is there in this world in terms of technology and epistemological issues, which is one of your topic, or any kind of skill development, everything is tenable towards one particular thing, and that is well-being of human. And this well-being of human will only come when there is a kind of very equitable balance which exists between the physical world and the presence of human in that physical world. How both interact with each other and how both kind of complement each other in their sustenance. And definitely when we talk about sustainability, it's that harmony which has to be there throughout. So it has a temporal subjectivity to it. So to proceed, the topic has an added a segment of G20 into it, which is very much new and very much in the process, and being India, which is doing the presidency for G20 this year, the relatability is more obvious, and the kind of endeavors that India is taking into for the sustainable future and kind of teaching the world about sustainability becomes equally very important. So I thank the MIT University for giving me this opportunity and this vibrant topic where I can really spell out much of my understanding to it. So let me proceed. So just a snapshot of what we are going to kind of talk today is about sustainability as a concept, which is a commitment to the world throughout, where we have understood the importance of environment, and thereafter we have proceeded with all our technological abilities culminated with the sustenance of environment, because it's the environment from where we get the resources. So the sustainability has that perspective in mind, which has started from 1972 onwards, and the world is committed to it. We'll see the kind of time lapse of the commitment of the world towards sustainability. We'll also try to identify the present issues in sustainability, and we'll also see the India's stand in sustainability, India's roots, the root connect of India towards the concept of sustainability, and how it has concomitance itself in the presidency of G20. And definitely we'll talk about G20 and the targets to sustainability, right? So just a brief snapshot to what is sustainability. So it's definitely a kind of a common explanation which we are very much versed, and that is sustainability is the ability to provide the needs of the current generation using available resources without compromising the need of the future generation and their provisions for their needs. So the needs are going to be dynamic, but the sustainability concept is something which is about a balance between the ability to extract from the resources and the availability of raw material that we're talking about. So the spheres of sustainability is not only linked with environment, it has to do with the presence of human in the environment. So we have the social perspective to it. We also have the extraction, what we have out of environment in terms of what we need and how we can supplement ourselves in terms of what is the monetary value of the environment that we are utilizing in terms of materials, in terms of the development, in terms of different set of technologies. So we have economic forefront to it. So the sustainability talks about three spheres: environment, social, and economic. And basically, it's about the business of all, which is very much important in understanding sustainability. So,
I request participant to mute themselves. Thank you. Yeah, continue.
Thank you. Thank you. So, the concept of sustainable development is very much evident with the first ever conference which tried to understand the concept of development along with sustainable approach towards development. So when I talk about sustainable development and when I talk about sustainability, it has that temporal dimension in it. We are talking about a long-term sustainable development, which is an overarching paradigm in front of all the government across the world, and that is about the about the task of sustainability. But the concept of sustainability started with the concept of culminating development with sustainable future, and that started in 1972, where the Stockholm Declaration was the first step towards the understanding of this balance, which needs to be there in order to extract the resources from the environment. So, which further actually integrated itself in much of the development drivers, and then came the framework of Brundtland report, that is WCET, in 1987, which was there in understanding the primary challenges of the consumption, production, and the gaps in which we have to understand where the development as a common platform has to be there, because a nation cannot go on extracting resources, and a poorer nation which doesn't have technology are not the payers in terms of just fulfilling the gaps of environmental challenges which those developed country poses. So this way, the Stockholm Declaration and Brundtland report introduced the concept of sustainability, and further a kind of unified world is what is conceptualized when we talk about sustainability. The environment is non-partial in terms of administrative divisions. It is common for all. So definitely the consequences of rampant development at one corner of the globe is going to affect the depleting natural resources and several set of other challenges in the countries which are not in that process of development. So the entire globe has a common future, which was highlighted in 1987. And furthermore, the conferences which came up from the Brundtland report, further the conferences in which primarily the Rio Earth Summit has a kind of tide over all, and which has a kind of working agenda towards how to achieve this balance, how the nation's development can be compensated, and how the developing countries should opt for such developmental process which is in par with the environment and has a holistic perspective of caring for the planet Earth. So definitely the stakeholders increases. Definitely the cooperation level has to be more complex, and definitely the global market system is something which will kind of fuel in the process of sustainable development in the near future. So a kind of time lag in terms of the brief history of sustainable development, as we have already talked about. So one of the watersheds which are there in between are some of the protocols and goals which are set up by United Nations, and the sustainability ka sara bhar is actually on United Nations, and the kind of agendas and cooperation programs which comes, this United Nations becomes an international platform where things are shared and the policies and agendas are made. But very interestingly, since sustainability as a very important theme has synergized in most of the developmental goals and the agendas of international politics, so definitely the continued commitment is something where the connections are important, and these might be, all these goals might not be achievable, and the kind of targets which are set is still in question if I evaluate it critically. So, but the important aspect in the entire sectioning of such goals and protocols is that policy is the one where we have to entrust upon sustainability, and the individual government in every nation has to think about sustainability before framing the policy of development in their own country. So this way, the shadow which has been globally over all the stakeholders in terms of the countries which are very much prominent in industrial output, the countries which are market, the countries which are the sources of raw material, all everywhere, the concept of sustainability has to come in. So what are the issues which are more important in terms of making the entire world analyze the sustenance in terms of identifying the issue and culminating it with their developmental processes in their own country. So definitely when I think about sustainability issues, it has to incorporate all the three dimensions of sustainability, which we had seen in the first slide: the socio-economic, the political, and of course the environmental. So all these, the technological also. So the aspect is that the entire framing of development should come in the context of sustainability. So the technological design has to come up, which is shadowed by the concept of sustainability. The economic issues are to be more affirmative in terms of what kind of products does the daily practices wants, what is the demand of the consumer, how will the economy be ruled in a particular country. So definitely the environmental issues are there, how much we are giving back as a residue to the environment, how much we are polluting it. We need to get a check on this. Definitely we are talking about acquisition management. It is not that every country is well versed with technology and funds and everything to get into the domain of sustainability. So the acquisition management is a very important issue in sustainability. And definitely amongst all this, it's not that we are going to reduce employment, we are going to reduce the research and development in this regard. So the socio-political and cultural issues are also to be given importance. What is needed, where, why, and how. This is a very important concept, very important underlying factor when we talk about cultural aspect in sustainability. What is to be given, where, how, and why. So definitely all the available operational infrastructure are to be taken into account. It is not that whatever is existing, we have to just erase it and rebuild the entire system. No, whatever is available, the operational infrastructure has to be culminated and has to be taken as a platform to proceed further. So the very intrinsic wants which comes out of water, energy, and communication are to be taken into consideration under the domain of sustainability. So these issues are very, very vital, which are to be talked about when we talk about sustainability. So now to come up to precisely to the issues related to each domain, I will just pinpoint that we'll start with environment because that is, I think, the most overloaded one. So there are several issues which need to be addressed collectively when we think about sustainability, because it's about the environment which is the support system of health and well-being, and it's about the environment which is the key element because the raw materials are coming from the environment. It's the environment which is important in terms of the carrying capacity, where we stay, this is our homeland, the earth is our homeland. So we stay here, we use the resources, and we give back in terms of all the residues and the negative outcome of whatever we have used, and the earth is capable enough to absorb all this. So how much we are giving back in terms of residue, how much we can participate in terms of making the environment sustainability a process and come along with the Mother Earth to support the system and not to overburden the entire ecosystem as a support system of the population residing in this planet Earth. So there are several issues which are to be taken into consideration, in which I would say mankind has become a very kind of not just an element, not just a part of that ecosystem, but capable enough of kind of dictating the entire ecosystem. So it's not the acts towards the environment is not limited to just to receive to be the receiving end of what the Mother Nature gives us. But mankind has transformed itself to become the one who is now engineering the ecosystem. So this way, there are several issues which are to be taken into consideration. We have to check the loss of biodiversity. We have to check the deforestation. We have to check the kind of pollution we generate to the ocean, to the air, and to the water, and of course to the land. So what all we are giving in terms of waste, how much we are contributing in the waste side of the stacking of the ecosystem, or we are contributing towards the wellness of the ecosystem. This has to be taken into consideration when we talk about environmental sustainability. Definitely, it is very much important to have a society which is very much resilient, which has a kind of inclusiveness in that environment, and there are concern for every group of people who are residing in different set of environments, because Earth being a non-homogeneous region, it's heterogeneous, it has all sort of beauty in it, be it high mountains or the oceans. So we need the mankind, the humans have evolved along with the physical environment. So it is very important that the connect, which is there at the individual niches all over, has to be given importance. And it is not that something which comes as a doctrine, which comes as a very impulsive propositions should be equal for all. It is not that. The environment is different, the people residing there are different, and definitely different in terms of their adaptations and their link, their compatibility with the immediate environment, which we call milieu. So the milieu of individual regions are different. So we need to acknowledge that. And that is also part of sustainability, because a system can only sustain, it has a longevity in terms of time when it is compatible with the immediate environment. So no posing in terms of what is evitable at a particular place is a non-evitable segment but in a different section of the earth. So this way we have to value the social output, we have to value the resilient societies which have adapted over years and have a kind of climax adjustment, a kind of climax species for that particular ecosystem. So we have to give equal opportunities to all. We have to improve the quality of life, because the quality of life differs. My life requirements would be different from the others. So we need to understand the sustainability of individual social groups. So cultural sustainability is very, very important, and that is the one which kind of raises the demand in terms of what the society wants as a development. So you have these influence your health choices, your education choices, your work choices, and definitely the human rights that that particular person, that particular group has. So all these are aspects of the social sustainability issues, which has to be resolved in terms of equal opportunity for all. So this is also a very important section when we talk about sustainability. And one of the major thrusts of sustainability, under which all the policies and all the commissions and all the allocation of fund and the so-called developmental activities in every nation is concentrated, it's about the economic sustainability. When we talk about economic sustainability, there are several challenges which are before us, and that is about the kind of life that the individual population of a particular country wants, is adhering towards. What is the targets in terms of making the well-being of the population by the individual government. So that aspect is important when we talk about economic sustainability, because there are several developmental targets which are already into question, in terms of challenge when we talk about in the current scenario, where the climate is changing, where the resources are scarce, where the water availability is challenged, where the population has already grown a lot in reference to the resources available. So there are issues of poverty, there are issues of unemployment, and there are issues of different set of climate related challenges which has come up in the process of development. So it is very important that how does the economy has a practice which can think in collaboration of the demands which the population is raising, and with the availability of resources that a particular set of system has. So this demand and the supply system has to come to a parity. It has to come to a common platform, and this can only be done when we think of it through a sustainable lens. So we have to have a kind of ability which a nation should have, an ability, financial ability, where it is not targeting the environment ruthlessly. It is into the domain of understanding of global targets, and definitely it is into a system where the finances, the incoming and outgoing finances are very much responsibly taken into practice with the idea of conserving natural resources and the system of global market, which is a free market. So all of this has to be taken into consideration. So what are the issues which are very much prominent for economic sustainability is advancing the circular economy. It's about the government action towards which product are to be produced to let it come to the practice. It has to set targets for industries so that they are monitored in terms of whether they are polluting ones or not. We have to think about the industrial output in terms of green output, that is how much we are compatible with the environment. So all this economic sustainability will only come into practice where we identify the issues in relation to the sustainable domains, and which includes society, which includes environment. So definitely climate change, social justice, holistic thinking, and the actions which are globally taken in order to make your country a free market zone where the other country is having a trustworthy partner so that the things can be exchanged. It is not that one is a polluter and other one is a consumer. So this way, a kind of common platform adjustments and common platform stands are very much important when we talk about economic sustainability. So definitely there has been several commitments which has been there by United Nations, which remains the body which has the moral and kind of a very intrinsic approach towards sustainable development. So within it, several of the paradigms, the Agenda 2030 provides a very illustrative very illustrative aspect of the continued commitment. And definitely this Agenda 2030 have been conceptualized in these 17 sustainable developmental goals, which are which include all the diverse elements which are thought about that it should be the part of sustainability. So right from no poverty, which seeps out of social issues, social domain of sustainability, to zero hunger, to industrial innovation, innovations and infrastructure development, development, and very much into the understanding of climate, life below ocean, life on land, peace, justice, and you name it, and it is there within the domain of these 17 very, very important sustainable goals. So likewise, the concept of sustainability definitely is a very well poised take, which has taken into the policy system of most of the countries of the world. Now, since we are in an era which is witnessing all of these transitions, and we are also witnessing the role of India as an emerging superpower and a kind of leader, which is in a very, very, very goody position in terms of its own commitment towards itself, which was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We have always been, we have been pioneered, and we have been a leading nation always, which has a very soft target towards all of the fellow men. We treat the entire world as a home for human. So this way, the legacy of the commitments which we have towards the world has definitely overarched our propositions towards the relationship with other countries, and which is very, very well evident when we got the opportunity of the presidency of G20 in our country. So with the presidency of G20, there are several set of ambitions and several set of the way India is projecting itself to the world. So it's about definitely the hope and aspirations and different set of, a very lucid environment that we are proposing towards the world. Though the entire world has several of threats which were there, which is challenging the aspects of development, which is challenging the perspective of any planning towards the well-being of humanity. We have undergone the entire 2-year trauma with COVID-19. The threat of recession goes on in every nation, with one after the other coming into that trap. And with the climate crisis, we can have seen recently the kind of the cyclone, the kind of extreme events which are hampering most of the countries. So the world is facing several challenges, but amongst this, how to pen down, how to come down to the thought of sustainability. So within this, very interestingly, India has come up with this G20 presidency, where it has the mission of where the theme is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which adheres towards one earth, one family, one future. So this way, we all are committed towards healing the world, creating harmony, and giving hope to our future. This is what the sustainability as an ethical concept relies upon, that we have to walk towards the future, but not leaving everyone, but together we can come up to some common platforms, and we can share our knowledge, we can share the technology, as we all are member of the same family, because our home is our earth. So now with this G20 as a platform where India is showcasing its heritage, its concept towards dealing with the world, it is definitely coming up with a very prominent place, and would definitely mark itself and create a footprint in the world politics. So just to give a snapshot of what G20 actually is, so it was founded in 1999, and after the Asian financial crisis, and then it has been been held annually, which focus basically on the macroeconomic issues, and definitely the thrust is about the inter-country alliances, and which should deal with important issues of development, which includes agriculture, energy, environment, and of course a social well-being kind of environment for individual, which includes health, which includes anti-corruption, and several of such domains. So with a very broad perspective, very holistic perspective, the G20 members are about kind of major population chunk of the world, and it is it does showcase about 85% of the world population and gross product. And of course, these are also the nation who are tampering with the environment, and they are 75% of the greenhouse gas emission countries. So definitely all these platforms, I would like you all to understand that all these platforms of United Nations, be it Agenda 2030 or be it the other set of provisions which are there in terms of the climate action programs, all this has a kind of link with every forum of the world, be it OECD or be it any of the other forums. They are bound to adhere towards the agenda of sustainable developmental goals. Because everything has to come, the end product has to be a balanced growth, and it has to come in terms of a green planet, which is a non-degrading planet, and definitely the cooperation is very important for the social justice, that nobody is left behind. We have to hold everybody's hand and then move towards our common future. So this way, some of the issues which are very, very important, which deals within the domain of G20 and sustainability, is definitely that we have to see about the infrastructure, where the underlying issues are economic growth, poverty eradication, and definitely about the climate change impact. So the G20 has launched the Global Infrastructure Connectivity Alliances, which enhance the synergy and cooperation of existing infrastructure, and also take in account of the regional level cooperation. So these were, I'll just let you understand the thrust of G20, and then we'll come into the highlights of how India has taken the lead along with its presidency this year, 2023. So the thrust area also includes agriculture, food security, and nutrition. And so there has to be a link with food security as the sustainable growth, one of the sustainable goals of SDGs and Agenda 2030, and that is about food for all, food availability, food affordability, and hence food security and nutrition for all, health for all. So this has also to be culminated with the G20 efforts, and there has been a lot of action plan which is there since 2016 towards the sustainable food system future, which commonly the entire world should adhere to. So definitely when we talk about social perspective of sustainability, the human resource development through quality education, through improved lifestyle, and through a kind of a skill-based employment is very, very important. So G20 is committed to promote all these and to enhance the quality jobs in the respective nations. So one of the very important targets of G20 is at the energy sector, and it has been there for across collaboration since 2014, and there has been several energy access action plans which are now focusing on the collaboration among different nations in terms of putting the entire focus on the green and renewable energy system. So definitely the very importantly, the energy strategies which are coming up in different nations, since being part of our own country, we know the initiatives which has been taken since 2010. We have climate action plan, we have green energy missions. So we have several of such things which we are adhering towards the target of 2030 Agenda 21 towards the sustainable future. So definitely all this requires trade and investment. So these are essential drivers. So G20 agrees to work with all trade, World Trade Organization members, and it's a kind of cross collaborations among different forums, different global forums, which arranges the trade facilities and which has come up since 2016 onwards. So with definitely one of the important aspect of anti-corruption, the 2017-18 anti-corruption action plan was one of the focus of G20, and then all this has been given thrust in the near future. And definitely this segment is one of the very prime and very important perspective of G20, where the climate is being dealt with the financing system. We have climate finances, we have green finances, and with the newer set of system, our this year budget also has a significant section which goes for green bonds. So all this is prioritizing the kind of free trade, which is very much evident that how a nation can achieve the sustainable development goals in the given requisite period of time, that is 2030. For this, finances should not become a hinder, and it should be overcome by cooperation, by international cooperations among nations. So this is one of the steps, and with the platform of open finances and kind of shared finances, it is very much important now that individual there should be several stakeholders of it, and everybody can participate in the green finances, which would be a contributory perspective in the agenda towards sustainable development of any nation. So the climate change was an important perspective, and which after the being signatory of the Paris Agreement, the other set of nations, the set of nations are very much towards the climate change related perspective commitments, and the very much important is the target of reducing the global temperature. So this way we have a very important perspective in which the focus is towards the role of India in G20. So definitely when we talk about our own country, we have to understand that it's one of the fastest growing economy in the world, and it supports almost 17% of the world's population. But we have also, we are the ones which are running smoothly with the growth targets within the era of climate crisis. So, but definitely it is not that that we are a kind of polluter economy or a kind of economy which is contributing more towards harm of nature. No, with the ranking in 2022 of the Climate Change Performance Index, we have been ranked among top 5. That means that with the global emission of 6.3 tons of carbon in 2020, India's per capita carbon emission was very less, maybe around 2.4 tons of carbon dioxide, which is very, very less in terms of global average. So definitely India is one of the leaders in the world, which is also transmitting itself to the low carbon economy. And we have a kind of system where the industrial output is equated with the kind of energy system that we are using. So we have seen that there are several missions, solar mission, and several set of missions which are planned in the climate action plan of our country, where we are committed to non-fossil fuel usage. And definitely we are contributing a lot in terms of achieving the target by 2030 to switch over to the renewable system of energy. So what is important is that the G20 has actually guided us, and we are not guided us, but definitely we are the ones who are leading in terms of showcasing that how a small country like India with so much of population and growth target burdens, we can also achieve the level without installing many more electrical power installations or electricity generation power installation based on fossil fuel. If I show you the graph of the energy system output of our own country, post 2005, we have switched into a major chunk of the electricity generation has been switched into the green energy model. So this way, though we have several of such challenges like our growing young youth population, our urbanization rate, and definitely the other set of problems that our country is facing in terms of the agriculture dependency on monsoon and other set of traditional challenges that we have. But on the same hand, we have the adaptation of new set of technology. We have several startups which are coming up, and there has been several initiatives which are based on skill advancement. So all this can have a kind of ability to become a model to showcase the world that we need to think in terms of sustainability, and it is an achievable target. And India is one of the example where one earth, one family, and one future is being kind of conceptualized and put it into the action as was required to attain it till 2030. So I have listed out these 6 agenda priorities for G20 dialogue, which is already there into 2023. So we are talking about resilient growth. We are talking about progress on sustainable development growth. We are talking about green development. We are talking about climate finance, and we are talking about life. Life is not that life that we all live. Definitely, we are talking about that life, which is very much related with the environment. So it's our lifestyle for environment, that is the caption, that is the abbreviated form of life, lifestyle for environment. So it's a mission, it's a program which is showcasing the workability of sustainable developmental goals. It is showing the workability of how an individual can be a stakeholder in and be a participant in reducing the carbon footprint. By mere switching off the light, closing the tap, everybody can contribute. So it's about all hands together that we talk about in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So the technological transformation and digital public infrastructure is a very important component. Multilateral institutions and women-led development is also the target for the G20 dialogues. So definitely with India being such a diverse country, it's very important that how we culminate the G20 heads and the entire system, and showcase that how things can be culminated with each other and represent, and we can represent it as a model, as I said earlier. So basically, the fact is that there are several set of themes on which the world should come in together, and the way India has a diverse system of both administration and physical diversity and cultural diversity, but everything has to come together and it is streamlining. So the same way, there are three important work streams on which the presidency of India is expected to host over so many meetings, and the final program is there on September 9th and 10th in New Delhi. The government summit is scheduled at that time. So this way, the entire sequences of all the meetings which have started since the month of January has three basic themes: the Sherpa track, the finance track, and the engagement groups, which are very important. So the Sherpa track is definitely working with the themes in which environment is the major domain. और उसके तहत बहुत importantly, we are talking about the decarbonization. So as I said, with the growing economy, still with the growing economy, we are not in the polluter list, but we are with the green economy list. So definitely the decarbonization is a very important perspective in which the energy transitions are to be thought about, to be planned for the heavy industries, be it steel, cement, in priority. So this way, the Sherpa track is coming up with the emphasis. It's coming up with the industries which need more target-based planning to come to a climate sustainability forum. So within the climate sustainability advancements. So definitely what the key word which stands is green transition, but definitely the agreement is about the holistic approach to resources, and it has to have the targets which are climate mitigating, and definitely in cooperation with each other, with other set of industries also, and an integrated development has to be planned out. So the financing targets are more into the kind of finances which are available and how an open market can supplement these finances. So there are several task force groups which are working on this, and they are in the process of proposition of such financing targets. So there is a set of engagement groups which are there for these themes, and they are basically about clean energy and green transition, and it's basically about the blended finance, that I would say, and the new instruments and the private capitalism, which is towards the priority of the fuel choices for individual industries. So there has to be a technology transfer for greener transitions, and international partnership is very, very important in this. So one of the major perspective is towards the mission of life and enhancement of resilience and value for well-being, which is very, very important. And so it's about how to enhance the ethics and how to enhance the integrity, how to build in the integrity and ethics into the financial institute, basically. So it's about the approaches on well-being. It's about a kind of resilient society that we are talking about. And I would like to mention here that with the with the shadow of global pandemic, there was very important. It raised an alarm basically, and it was very important to be prepared for any of the unknown risk which can arise, and these risks can overshadow the economy, the society, and every kind of system that we are generating every time and we are contributing. So it's very important that disaster as a word is to be understood, recognized, and kind of being included in the process of planning. So this was the first forum where the disaster risk reduction discussion was held, and definitely the assessment of disaster risk was a very important part, and it was committed that by G20 there would be an exchange of disciplinary research in this regard, and every best practices, be it of local level or at the institutional level, the disaster risk reduction has to be taken into consideration. So there's a shift of mitigation, and there's a shift to mitigation rather than recovery, or rather than rehabilitation after the disaster has happened. So this way, G20 is concomitant towards a separate set of priority for disaster risk reduction. So the technology regarding early warning system, the technology regarding the climate resilience, and a strong financial framework for disaster risk reduction has to be thought about. And definitely increased ecosystem-based approaches to disaster risk is very, very important, and which has been taken into account. There has been several funds which are laid down to to deal with the disasters in an individual country. Our country also has proposed disaster related mitigation fund for this. So and one of the very important sector where we are creating mark is the solar alliances, and the switch to renewable energy is one of the key aspects of not just imagining sustainability in our nation, but but executing the aspects of sustainability in our own country. So this way we have become a model, So the International Solar Alliances is an international organization which is working with government to improve the energy related system. And one of the most promising part of this aspect in relation to India is the improved energy access and its security. So this way, the carbon neutral framework has to be established, and a carbon neutral future has to be imagined. So there has been a wide set of finances which are involved, and there has been a kind of an unlocking of trillions of US dollar investments to this G20 nations in order to switch to solar energy, both in agriculture, transport, and power generation sectors. So this way, India is leading in terms of also getting into the global biofuel alliances, which is about the switching of green energy and ensuring the inclusive sustainability for all, where the agriculture sector can also participate. So this way, we are into a very important segment where the share of solar, the share of wind, and the share of biofuel is the one which is promising India's stake worldwide in terms of switching into bioenergy and a kind of being a sample towards decarbonizing the economy. So definitely we are also towards the green hydrogen production and export. So all this aspects is making India a global leader in order to showcase that the fastest growing population, one of the highest population composition of the world is there in India. And with this fast growing population and fast growing economy, still India has the capacity to build in the structures of sustainability in its own homeland. And so it's not only about making India self-reliant in terms of energy inputs, but also that such energy is made affordable and its commodity price is less. So this way, we have to have a kind of behavioral change which can collectively be there, and this large-scale collective action of ours with several of such small initiatives like not small I would say, but a major initiatives like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan or Ujjwal scheme, or giving up the subsidies, or Har Ghar Jal Abhiyan, Ayushman Bharat. So all these kind of policies are showcasing that the reach has to be at the end, which is very much inclusive in nature, and definitely the society is being part of it, and the stakeholders are increasing and the receivers are increasing, and with the global economy at our doorstep, definitely India and the goals of sustainability would be a synonym to each other. So if I try to kind of conclude, I would say that despite being a very large developing economy with over 1.4 billion people, the climate adaptation and mitigation ambitions are really very much acknowledged, and it can be transformational for the planet. And our transition towards the renewable energy shows that the country can succeed by choosing smart and resources to meet their needs. And definitely at India's presidency for G20, it will share and collaborate and bring trust amongst the member country to build a sustainable future. So with these words, I end up my talk, and I'm open for discussion if anybody has any questions or comments related to it. Thank you very much. Thank you to the host.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, in spite of our best efforts, because our habits are not changing, our consumer patterns are not changing, and we want to become a stronger economy. So, how do we resolve that clash between economic empowerment and having a sustainable world, especially in terms of, yes, India?
See, a drastic change is not expected within a set of time period. It has to build in, it has to come into the process of our so-called lifestyle and several and all of our practices. You know, if I talk about it's whose responsibility, so definitely it's not about the government is going to have any kind of magic band that from now onwards things are going to change. Since it's about the practice, since it's about the inclusion in the habit, it has to start from home. I would say I would like acknowledge that there has been several initiatives from government, in which one of it is the Life Mission, LIFE, that has come to every institution, and My son is in elementary standard in the school. The life mission has gone to their institution as a framework. There has been a kind of model for it to conduct. There has been a certification, government certification in this regard. It has come to the college. It has gone to several institutions. So it is not that the frameworks are not available. If you go through those life mission, there are 80 conducts which one can do and kind of practice sustainability. So definitely it has to start at every level. You have to inculcate it in your children. You have to practice it yourself to become a role model. So this way, a societal transition is expected, which can further culminate to change the world. And definitely since my topic is sustainability and G20, so there is definitely an emphasis where एक माहौल जैसा बन जाता है. Everywhere people are talking about G20. There are big posters all around. There are messages floating in. So this way, it's a kind of a track where everybody wants to know, everybody wants to join in. And that is also a very acknowledgeable part, I guess. Any other take any of the participants have, so we can share?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Any other question, if anybody has, or any observation or anything that you want to suggest or contribute in terms of your thought, how it can be done? That is very important, because sustainability is a practice, It is not at all a concept to be read and closed. It is something which has to come into action. And this action can only be there if the stakeholders are as wide as the population. So everybody has to feel responsible for it. Then only it can come into action, it can come into practice. So the policy makers are also not the one who is sitting somewhere and just trying to build in a magical world. So, but even if the policies are there, the implementation is what that matters. So the participation, the awareness, it has to come from within, it has to be inculcated in the newer generation. So this way, it will come into practice. And definitely at a higher level, when we talk about the policymakers, the approach of the government towards it, all is there. It is being practiced at that level. So the ambition is not unreachable, but definitely the attitudinal change is which is more required. If I could stop sharing. So I would request the host to kindly take over.
Ma'am, some people are having problem unmuting themselves. So though they want to ask or probably talk to you, but they are not able to do so.
So is there anything in the chat box if anybody can, or there's some technical issue?
Actually, ma'am, the moderator for this session, Dr. Kiran, is writing that he's not able to unmute himself.
Okay,
He was the moderator, Dr. Kiran Agawani.
Okay, fine.
That's why
or maybe some technical issues. So
Yeah.
one thing that I want to share, since we have time and we can interact with each other. So the sustainable practices is something which is very much important, and the sustainable practices is very localized. If you see our own country, we will not talk about the world, but we'll talk about our own country. So the kind of system that we already have, where we practice sustainability, it has always been mentioned that there is a direct connect with the nature. We have understood the nature with a deep sense of ecological understanding. So it was our Chipko movement, it was our method of conserving the forest, which went, because the social medias were not there, so it didn't, I would not use the word viral, but definitely it transcended to the Western world. And there were people in Australia who replicated this particular practice, and they had conserved their forest with the very practice which our Gauda Devi accelerated in that Bishnoi village. So this way, India has always been a leader in terms of the ways, the practice by which the connect with the nature is demonstrated. We are not capitalist, we are not exploitative, but definitely our economy is very moderate, our approach towards the nature is very moderate. There would be very few of us who would just surpass not closing the tap if it is free flowing the water in any of the roadside. So this is the way we have to think, this is the way we have to work out. But definitely, intrinsically, every region do have problem. They do have a problem in terms of implementing the governmental policies. They do have problem in terms of the infrastructural development. But despite all these challenges, I would say India is a country where the practices of sustainability is very, very well evident across. You go to Himalayan region, there are people who are living with the nature, both in terms of the way they build their house, the way they practice agriculture, it is all the same. But definitely with the growing demand and the different set of developmental targets which are there, things are getting disturbed. Things were getting disturbed. But if at the policy end, things would be regulated, the practice would not be that difficult in Indian context. So this way, our social integrity is very, very strong. Our connect with the environment is very, very strong. So, and the participation in terms of the platform which could attract global finances now has become very strong. So all these three dimensions of development, finance, environment, and social perspective, all these three things are there, and the road to sustainability is not a dream for India, at least. And definitely with the set of things available, the Indian economy will grow and the Indian system will adapt to its sustainable future. That's all, Dr. Kiran.
Yeah, that you said very correctly. In fact, it is the indigenous communities who are more conscious because they are living with nature, so they are preserving more. But the moment we start having more money, then we build houses which are not environmental friendly, and all the system that is especially found in urban areas. So probably if the government has more strict regulations that construction of roads, construction of houses, in fact, city planning itself, if they would incorporate these aspects of sustainability. So I think what you were saying, it will become more productive. Very rightly said that this government, if they make their policies strong and implement them, probably, for example, making buildings which are environmental friendly, or products which are environmental friendly. For example, ROs, the water filters that we have, the wastage of water is too much in them. So like this, if things were regulated more, probably we could reach a better stage and more effectively. So that's well said, ma'am. That's truly correct. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Monica, I completely agree. I will tell you one example I'll give you. When you travel all the way towards Uttarakhand, this particular state is like very much into the development of hydroelectricity.
Ma'am, I am sorry to interrupt. I am from Uttarakhand, and exactly Tevi Garhwal is my district where the THDC was built. And yeah, that's very, very true. And the kind of dams they are building, the kind of infrastructure they are creating, they will lead to disasters because they are, sedimentary rocks, they tend to slip and yes.
Yeah, they are building on those rubbleless mountains. I mean, it's so fragile, it just breaks down the landslide. The Uttarakhand is already so much of landslide prone, and the susceptibility of landslide has been increased. But that is what I tell you, that if the economy is switching into green economy, if every individual household is capable enough to generate its own electricity through solar system installed in their own rooftop, I don't think so these wider set of policy as a kind of development targets would anyways more be prominent in near future. So people are, that is what I'm telling you, that awareness is very important. Nowadays, the YouTube and with all those sources, open sources available, the knowledge is so much into practice that people can see that how minimalistic living can be taken into consideration. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so how the minimalistic living can be taken into consideration. People are now building in houses which doesn't require a slash of cement and a drop of water. I tell you, these are made of boards. There are several examples which are there in Kerala, which has been there in even the remotest part of Bahadurgarh in Haryana. So if you just scroll down, you will see that there has been several of initiatives which has been an example through the information sharing which is available at everybody's hand. So definitely people will discard the big dam concepts and the big projects. I mean, needlessly building flyovers and needlessly building roads are not the development which is being portrayed. So the real meaning of development has to come into practice, and this will come through the choices of the population itself. So very much is very much is responsible for on the part of individuals as we are who have an access to educate at least 100 to 1,000 people in our lifetime. So at least we are the participation, we have that participatory power which can change the mind and change the thinking of at least a chunk of population through where we stand. So as all we teachers, we should kind of take a pledge to at least educate the students who are before us so that they become a rational thinker and can sustainably participate in the development, the so-called development of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm so sorry for there was some technical glitch from my side. So thank you very much, ma'am, for such an enlightening lecture and such a nice conversation with our participants. So I think we can wind up this session now because we are already past the time.
So, okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody who has been patient listener, and thank you for all the participants who really contributed whatever they thought about. Thank you very much.
Thank you.